I usually do about 10 minutes, man. Or 7, 8 minutes. You're good.
Douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
I love breakfast burritos.
Okay, Scott. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
God damn, I just blew my eardrums out.
Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, beating his chest like he's King Kong. I'm gonna make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst.
I just blew my eardrums out. I turned on so I would know the music was still running. I wouldn't forget it. I turned it on to where I could just barely hear it. God, blew my eardrums out. What's up, chat? We're all here.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa.
What's up, guys? We got Tony in the studio tonight, so we're gonna do a review here together.
Give me a. Oh my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
We'll be starting in just a second, guys. Let me share everything and turn it on to adult mode.
We say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things again.
Did you guys see the movie poster I made? The saving Will's legs or whatever? That was funny.
No damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first.
What's up, Doug Billings? I mean, Doug G.
His assholes throwing bullshit, shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set.
It looks like we're live on Facebook. Let me share it right quick to my personal page. So my parents will see it. They're real good at technology, let me tell you.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off,
I know, I saw it, Tony. I know I misspelled it. I gotta fix it. I'll update it. I thought you could hear me even when I had it muted on this side. We'll get started in just a second. I gotta fix Tony's spelling.
Wit and a sixth sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets.
We got 60 people. We can start in just a second.
Drums cocky, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like four in a thong. He's strapped.
There's the links in the chat, guys. If you want to support the stream, make sure to like and share no matter where you're at. Let me fix the name where I'm broadcasting at, and then we'll get started. Give me just a second.
A retard in a vest climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
I left out an R.
When I was high on shrooms, I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's.
Yeah.
Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude. Come on, seriously. This is my mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me oh my god. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit.
Where are you watching at, Tony?
You better buckle up.
Are you watching the stream, or are you just on StreamYards?
I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Not yet. Round 3.
The stream.
Yeah,
I getcha. Just a second, guys. I'm putting another R in, and then we're ready to go.
Hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They be working.
It'll let me originally I can do all the titles from one place, but if I have to go fix them, I have to fix them in individual places.
My conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night?
Veritas.
All their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird, motherfucker, busting the grip.
We got 70 people. Let's get started. You want to?
Piss them off, it's about to get lit.
I got your mic's coming hot, Tony.
That stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I think I started some shit.
Welcome everybody. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Tonight, though, it's not just me. We've got Tony D in the house as well. He's been banned from his channel, the Veritas Machine. He's on a 2-week, I think, but he'll tell you how long it is. Now he's over at TVM Report. Is that what it is? TVM Report. Let me pull you up as well. TVM Report on YouTube. Make sure you check out that channel.
All right, man. TVM Report, yes. Thank you so much for having me on. Will, I appreciate it. It's going to be a fun night. Hello, everybody.
So I've got something special, and the reason I wanted to bring Tony on was because he's been covering Nino, and we all know how much we love to cover Nino. And then today I noticed that Nino did a special show with Mr. Juan, and they put it behind a paywall. So we had to do some extra work to find it, but I did find it. If nothing else, I've got it. So we're going to do a full, it's going to be like a movie review, and we're going to do a behind the paywall review of 107.
PTSD 3000 Theater.
PTSD 3000 Theater. That's what I should have made today, was the overlay. If you guys don't know, I didn't make an overlay today, but this is what I did make. I don't know if I can share this right now. I'll show you in a minute. It's the saving Will's legs instead of saving Private Ryan. Let me pull this up and add to stream. So this is Nino. I'm gonna take the chat down for a second, but this is David Nino behind the scenes doing his. It's called Nino's TV or Nino's Corner TV.tv. And it's got 107 in it. And the reason I wanted to cover this specifically is because Juan made the April 1st prediction. Juan said that it's going to happen. He bet. He lost money. He did all these things, and now it seems like he's almost backing off of it. He doesn't seem like instead of saying it's going to happen, he's now saying if this doesn't happen, if this and this doesn't happen, then it's not going to happen at all. So he's done a 180. By the way, if you want to support the stream, just make sure to like and share, and then the bot will tell you where to donate at.
I don't want to do any spoiling here of any kind, so I don't want to ask the question. I am curious about what look is going to be on Dave's face when he doesn't hear what he wants to hear. That's what I like. I'd also like to know if this is between the time where he did the other broadcast. What is that? That's 17 broadcasts today. 17 podcasts, and at some point today, from what I've been seeing, there were some pharmaceuticals that could have possibly been involved.
Yeah, it seemed like he was slurred a little bit. He did a podcast saying he was going to go live with Juan. Then he recorded Juan. Then he came back with the girl. Then he posted Juan online. So, yeah, the one you saw, he was actually, this was before the one with the girl.
Boots?
Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can get it started.
Bam. And we are recording. I don't know why the format's laid out like this. I need to go back and check it out, but I'm like a little box on the very top. But I can still see your cowboy boots, Juan.
Hey, super.
And the view's beautiful.
Yeah.
So are you allowed to say where you're at right now or not? I mean,
oh, yeah. Chicago. Yeah. That's,
Windy
City. Crap. I freaking left sunshine and all that to come up here.
Can you say where you're at right now, or is that secret government information? Can you tell us where you're at?
He only puts the entire window frame in every freaking shot as he goes.
I'm sure someone could have very easily, probably someone in our chat could have very easily been like, "Oh, that's the skyline of Chicago." Like I've been to that hotel.
Now, can I ask you one quick question, Will? Does
Sure.
this shot upset you?
Because the legs, I'm getting over it.
Like, man, those are nice.
I got rid of the leg envy a long time ago. We're getting by.
Okay.
To do some stuff, and I get all these clouds and rain. It was raining last night. You can see. In fact, let me just look and see if I can show you. So there's the clouds, just the buildings going right into the clouds. It was a low ceiling earlier. Well, still is when you got buildings in the clouds, but it was quite a bit lower earlier, and it's lifting off. I was down having breakfast a few minutes ago, and you could watch the.
Well, I forgot to say this link was provided to us by one Mr. David Gino Rodriguez. David Gino Rodriguez actually got this link.
Thank you.
Ceiling rising and the buildings coming more and more visible. The clock tower next door.
Gorgeous. I've never been to Chicago. I'd love to get out there.
Chat thinks he only shows his legs to spot me.
I've had a lot of stuff.
Taunting you.
They got. He's taunting the leg enabled. Is what Chat said.
The years where Chicago, I'd have guys meet me from the other coast or coming in from out of the country, and Chicago was just so convenient. It was kind of a central location where I don't have to go all the way to the East Coast and through all that traffic or through Atlanta or something like that. And so it just works. And so yeah, it's central for a reason.
I talked to you a few days ago. I've been talking to you off and on, and I feel like. Well, first of all,
are you zooming in on him, or is that his shot?
I found this very interesting.
That's the shot.
Take on it because
he says he doesn't know how it got like that, but he's going to call Scott later to get it fixed.
This is huge, and it's this. So Epic Times today said, and I know things are happening behind the scenes. So this is why I take this like as very big.
He loves that shot. I don't know why you're making fun of it. When he first started it, I was talking over him. I was right when he first started talking. I was walking over him, but he said, "Oh, I don't know how it got in this setup. I'm gonna have to call somebody to fix that."
Oh my God.
He said earlier today, I know you've seen it, Tony, but chat, I got a screenshot that he said earlier today he didn't know how to start a YouTube channel. He's a YouTuber, and he's a 50-year-old man, and he doesn't know.
43.
He doesn't know. But still, you know how to start a YouTube channel, right?
Exactly.
It's not the age; it's the fact you haven't learned.
He is just
Man-child. When he's looking down like that, he looks a little downsy, but I don't think he is.
Trump came out and said the GOP will win back Congress in 2022 and the White House in 2024. He said this came out of his mouth. That leads me to believe he has.
So this is the whole reason he wanted to do the 107 interview. He's panicking because he says, oh, well, Trump said we're going to win 2022. We're going to win 2024. Nobody can win unless we fix 2020. Is he giving up? What's going on? What happened? Well, yeah, the inauguration's over. We've all realized that for months, except for you and your friends.
right. And now you are discouraging everybody from voting in the future that listens to you. Absolutely. So then when people wonder what happens to the next time people need to vote, we could talk to Dave.
Yeah, we could talk to all these people who got discouraged out of voting for sure.
Oh, yeah,
or discouraged people out of voting.
Confidence on things that are happening right now. Would you go along with that? Would you say yeah? Or because I know we all want Trump to come back in 2021. I mean, that's we have to fix 2020. That's still on the table, right, Juan?
Well, my
say less, say no more.
That's still on the table, right, Juan? Oh, that was beautiful. Let me rewind it.
Is that a drone? Sorry, Dave, I really have trouble hearing you. I can't hear you. He's like,
A drone coming inbound. He's got some good tires on the rig.
Will win back Congress in 2022 and the White House in 2024. He said this came out of his mouth. That leads me to believe he has confidence on things that are happening right now. Would you go along with that? Would you say yeah? Or because I know we all want Trump to come back in 2021. I mean, that's we have to fix 2020. That's still on the table, right, Juan?
well, my input on that would be this: unless you actually resolve 2020, you won't get to a winning situation in 2020.
Okay, you're still on board.
If what was allowed to happen was allowed to stand, then they would continue and have continued to change the rules on vote monitoring, vote count, what can be done to where
he's writing
you never
another
win
book as
another
we
election
speak on the
again,
show.
except for the insiders that control the
Taking cliff notes to put it together later.
Right.
Going to assemble it in Atlanta.
machines. It's like going into a casino where every game
The
is
one
rigged,
pot.
and you think you're going to win. I had the conversation with somebody running for national office here 3-4 days ago, and and I've had this conversation numerous times, but this was just the most recent one, where they've got all this. They're going to do a plan to make sure that vote fraud doesn't happen on their count, and that they're going to win the election because they're going to run a better race. And I said, you could win. We have plenty of people that won the last time through, but if you can't get to justice at the Justice Department, and if you have a crooked Congress, it's not a matter of winning. It's a matter of who's going to count the votes.
So then why is Trump so confident? Why is he saying we're going to get 2020? Because in a way, I'm like, okay, is this guy fucking?
Wow.
Is he not going to come back in 2021? Or
Dave.
what does this mean? Or is he going to sit back behind the scenes and just kind of maneuver shit for 2022 and 2024? How do you see this going, Juan? I mean, what are the developments?
Well, think of it this way: you got
Rodriguez, table for one. Rodriguez, table for one.
Nino. Sorry, I get confused with your cousin. Who's screaming on Facebook about disqualified holy people? What is going on over there? Keep it down in the back, okay? We only allow Facebook to exist sometimes. We don't even prefer you.
trick. What's the magician do? You're eyes are diverted to the girl with the feather on her tails, and the plumage on her.
When there's a magician doing his magician thing, your eyes are diverted to the girl with the feather on her tails. Of course, that's all I look at ever.
In her hair, and the flashy dress and the short skirt. Where's the real magic happening? Is it the hand that the magician's showing you? Or
I hope they start calling Trump the magic man.
That Trump is the one that's doing the thing with the skirt. Dave, what do you think about the guy in the skirt? Well, I kind of like it.
Have you heard about this tour we're going to be on, Dave?
Hey, we're going to go on tour. I want my own bus, though. Alpha.
Alpha. Have the Alpha bus.
Alpha bus.
The
Alphabets,
other one.
Alphabets, sponsored by Alphabets. It's the Alphabets Alpha Bus.
Oh, no.
It's doing some sleight of hand just out of sight, or even in plain sight, but you have these poofs and bangs and flashes of light.
Don't say
that
in plain
distract
sight
you
again,
for an instant while the real magic happens. President Trump may be talking 2022 and 2024, but the reason that he's confident that we're going to have a win.
Juan Osvaldo Sabin. Osvaldo.
Yeah. The only reason they keep this grift going like this right here is because they're not ready to give it up yet. They're making too much money. That's the only reason they won't say, look, this is what is going to happen, okay? They are going to try to roll this into, look, the deep state put up a lot bigger fight than we thought they would. We didn't know how bad it was going to get. But
they were brutal.
But we're still in there. We're still with it. And you got to stay with us as we continue this fight. You got to stay up with all the updates. You got to stay with us. You got to be right here. And they're going to
be right here on this yacht right off the coast of Bolivia, of South America.
They'll start screaming that they had to buy a yacht because they could see government agents coming from further away.
Is because
I'm in the mountains of Bolivia.
Events that are going to play out related to this vote fraud from 2020. And there's continuing, things that are happening related to that count that are going to continue to come to a head. It's not going to be a lot of this stuff has to be dealt with long before we get to those actual elections. And yes, then we win as people realize what's happened. So while he had an honest conversation, says things that are truly going to happen with
I can't wait till I can afford an editor. Like David Eno Rodriguez said today that he records these videos and Zoom call and then dumps them off at his editors. They send them back and he uploads them. Like, I wish I had an editor. That's the worst part of making a video. I would like to meet his editor.
Confidence we're going to win and we're going to win again. The other side of the coin is the why may be misinterpreted.
I think his mom is his editor.
The why may not be because you run a better campaign for 2022 or 2024, but because of the revelations.
Yeah. He does little maintenance, does little of, hey, avoid the business.
Yeah, don't actually touch anything. Just clean it.
I'll pay you to stay away.
Yeah,
and
you want me to come in today? I will literally pay you if you just stay home, make a video or something.
A king's ransom. Just stay at home and punch the dogs.
Oh.
The takedown of the
allegedly
voting machine system in the time before that, in the weeks and months ahead.
So what are the developments that are happening right now with the states like Georgia, Arizona, New Hampshire? Are those getting, I mean, what I've heard, I've talked to a lady from New Hampshire named Felicia. She told me that the audit's going well.
Yeah, she has a syrup company.
Just a woman. I talked to a woman from New Hampshire. Her name's Felicia. The audit
she goes out in the cold and she taps those maple trees and she gets her own syrup.
I talked to a woman from New Hampshire. Her name's Aunt Jemima.
I want to start the Alpha Syrup Company with my friend in New Hampshire because remember, New Hampshire called upon me to go and do their analytics of their voting.
Sure.
If you remember from my previous video.
They're winning in court, blah, blah, blah. Is that true? I mean, do you have your fingers on the pulse on that?
Yeah, but again,
Can you pause
know,
this
I
real
think
quick, Will? I got to tell you
a lot
something
of
that's
this
really funny before I forget it because I've
go
forgotten
ahead.
it twice. Is that earlier I was watching one of the, he did the preview for this, and I ran that earlier and looked at it. She said, "So, what are 3 of your favorite books?" He said, the Celestine. No, not the Celestine. He said something Celestine, or he said something, and then he said like the Celestine properties or something. It was totally not right what he said about this.
Right.
Then he took another 20 seconds, and then he said, "I like my book."
Oh,
So
I like my book.
and I'm waiting for him to name a third book, and there's 35 seconds, 45 seconds go by. She starts talking again because she's like, "Oh, this was a bad idea."
I shut it down. I shut down the whole interview.
I would have been like, "Can we just start over?"
Did
we
he
just
never
start
name
over?
his mom's book?
He didn't even name his mom's book. He said he said that he did not say the Celestine property the Celestine prophecies the right way.
Right.
And then he said, "I like my book," and then he obviously said, "I like cereal."
like I've read the back of a cereal box. You ever read Captain Crunch? It's kind of like a book.
And I said earlier, literally all he had to do was say Spider-Man, Batman, and and then his book, and then he would have sounded like he would have been like, what?
Or just name stuff in his room, like the wooden desk. No one's fact checking. No one's fact checking the blue nose pit. What do you do? Duh. But when you can't name anything, that's when people become suspicious. Oh, we've got a true believer in chat. Oh no.
Oh yeah. What happened?
Yeah. They just say you've got to believe that the military had it in hand. They know all. Hashtag Mr. Donald J. Trump 2016-2020. Yeah, dude, when the inauguration happened, it was over. Sorry. Some people lasted longer.
People don't relieve. That's the magic spell right there. For some reason, the inauguration is look, once it happens, and I have some buddies who are friends with Donald Trump Jr., right? And friends, buddies, whatever. They were at the Mar-a-Lago shit or whatever. And they heard them talking about that, look, hey, like once that inauguration happens, man, hey, that's kind of it,
Yeah, there was, and there were people who had dates beyond that, and that wasn't running up to say, you're fucking wrong, blah, blah, blah. I mean, we did it privately by ourselves, like that's not going to happen, but to still be holding on, I mean, we're halfway through April, man, and like there's fucking new laws in place, there's executive orders and shit.
It's time to take down the Christmas tree.
Yeah. And even if you can prove that something happened, you can't prove the exact levels. I mean, it's going to be impossible. It's impossible.
Santa is not coming.
Just because one team cheats in the Super Bowl, they can't offset the points to say the other team won. That's not how it happens 2 years later. They just put an asterisk beside it and go on about their life. Like they still got a ring.
Stuff people are looking for justice at the Justice Department. We win one, they win one, we win one, they win one. It continues to work its way up the chain to the Supreme Court and everything else. That's almost a.
Oh yeah, real quick. I agree. I don't have a problem so much with the Post. It's the way that people interacted with them. It's the way that people picked them up, and the way people started making money and lying about them and interpret them and all that. The posts were just very, very cryptic posts, and they made some accusations that definitely can't be proven. But I don't think it's as much the post's fault as it is everybody who drove the post and pushed the post and made narratives. And now we're just off the script. There are no more posts, and we're still making shit up. There are no posts. Like it's gotten out there, and it did make a lot of people look and say, Oh, is that really true? Is there really all that corruption? Are they really doing this? Are they really doing that? I appreciate that.
No, I'm going to disagree here. I'm going to disagree because there are posts. Remember, today are the posts from 3 years ago. So the posts are there. They're just from 3 years ago. You got them.
That's
Like, what are you guys talking about? It's a Delta. Find the Delta. And don't fly it. Don't fly Delta, but find Delta. See how confusing that is?
That's you know my froggy guy Doug. I don't think that he was ever around for like the QAnon stuff. So now he calls Telegram the boards, and he calls posts on that Scott McKay makes and like Whiplash makes and those people who have Telegram accounts and the JFK Jr. Telegram account. He calls those the drops and reads them like they're the original Anon shit from 4chan. Like I think he thinks Telegram is 4chan or 8chan. Like I'm pretty sure. He has no idea. Dyslexa, read me the latest drops.
Dyslexa, please get me something so I can reduce the amount of sodium in my bloodstream so my eyes will open.
That's
I'd love to see these stats.
I've never seen eyelids swell shut like that from sodium intake.
A lot of salt.
Oh.
And you know what? Here, you know that someone's health is in more than alarming shape when they tell you that they're allowed to eat something. Okay? When it gets to that point, you're like, if you're that big, and I full on believe that what's the guy on the left's name?
The guy on the left, the big fat guy's Doug. The giant guy's
Doug.
Mike.
Okay, I still believe that Doug could actually sit in the palm of Mike's hand.
Sit in the palm. Just pat him.
Yeah, he is gigantic. He is a Nephilim. He's like, come here, little man. Let me scoop you up and show you this side of the tree.
You did the first time when we first found the frogs. I don't think you had found us yet, Tony. And
No.
we were covering it one day, and Doug was acting crazy. Like he was talking over Mike, and he would like start screaming at points, and he couldn't read the chat at all. Like right now, he's bad at reading. He couldn't read at all. Like he was skipping like 4 or 5 words at a time, and reading 2 different messages and combining them. It was really weird. And finally, somebody's like, "What's going on? Is he drunk?" And he's like, "Guys, I gotta tell you, I'm not supposed to have sugar, and I ate a half a dozen cookies today." And he's like, "I gotta go to bed. Something's going on with my head."
Oh my God!
Then Mike read something. He said, "Oh my God, that gave me goosebumps on my left arm." And I said, "Doug, that's a fucking heart attack, dude. That's shooting pain." Someone get him to the hospital. He can't read. He can't function.
Put down the Mountain Dew. Well, I'm allowed to have 1 Mountain Dew a day. Because it won't have sugar.
Yeah, I'm allowed to have 1 Mountain Dew a day. No one said it couldn't come from a 5-gallon bucket.
I have 1 of gigantic double triple hoop D big gulp full of the Mountain Dew. It is sugar-free Mountain Dew, but I have a couple packets that I just sort of mainline.
Blend in. Oh, you have to drive out of state to get a cup this size.
I will shoot up sugar. I will straight shoot up sugar at this point.
You ever mainline the moon pie?
I'll mainline the moon pie. I'll make crack out of caramel.
It's a loser's game because you're in a captured system. You're bleeding off time. While you're bleeding off time, they're solidifying their position by the day with what, the executive orders, 1,001 executive orders, managing, you can't walk your dogs except on Thursdays, only in the park when they're chipped, what's the next executive order going to be? It's some level of insanity running the country by executive order. That's not the way we do things here. You have executive orders, that's true, but all of a sudden there's something wrong here, and I think people become more and more aware of it as time goes on. So, other events are
just one a day,
cascading.
I feel like the mic is inside him. Like when he's like, I feel like it's cascading. Like I don't know what he's doing. He's chewing on it.
What is with the caps up here? What's happening with the caps?
Oh no, there more caps.
There's caps. I just saw caps fly by a minute ago.
Oh, that might have been my bot. Honestly,
okay.
My bot for the donation bot. There's a bunch of words in capitals.
Oh no, not that one. It was somebody saying everything was recorded, blah blah blah. They got.
Oh yeah,
recording.
you don't know everything that's sent and received is recorded. Got this
is
in the
Facebook
bag.
the kooky chick? Because I don't do the Facebook on mine when I stream.
Oh,
so is
the
that
face?
one, is that
we
the,
have
is
some
that
people. I have some people I really like on Facebook, and they don't watch anywhere else. But the crazies come out of. Sometimes we'll have 500 people. Yeah. Sometimes we'll have 500 people on Facebook, and only like 20 of them want to see the show. The rest of them just want to scream shit. Like it gets good sometimes. That's the only reason I leave it on. Like I don't need to be there.
That's great.
Build one on another. So again, talking about handwriting on the wall, which I did in a couple locations here a few weeks back. Look at that southern border. You're right there,
Oh, real quick, chat. Somebody asked me today about Brad. Brad hasn't put out a video since I put out mine. Maybe he's getting his lawyer together. I don't know. He hasn't put out a video in days. I don't know what's going on.
He had to travel to Manhattan to get his attorney.
He's probably sitting in the room just off camera in this Chicago hotel room. They're having a meeting there. One directed him to a lawyer, and there you go. There you go.
Well, if you know how he's paying his bills, you're gonna make sure he makes a double legal.
By the way, the Froggies just admitted the other day completely that they're only, when they say that our sources, our intel tells us, our people, when they're giving you their stories, they just admitted the other day that it's Juan and Robert David Steele. That's the two people they pull all their stories from and just repeat them. Like, they were not even trying to hide it. They were at the first of the show. They're like, our intel says, and our intel says, and our intel says. Then later on, they're like, look, Robert David Steele tells us this stuff. And I'm like, why don't people just go watch Robert David Steele? Like, his videos are online too. Just watch somebody else tell you about them.
We're just going to sit here and we're going to take all his information and give it to you.
Yeah, and then call it intel.
Yeah, it's bad.
And that can.
Oh, last update, and I'll let it play for a minute. Somebody just said Brad and Scott are on a date. Scott lost 4 YouTube channels today. He's now on Patriot Street Fighter 12 and 13. If you're looking for him, he lost 4 channels today.
I want to stay on for the frogs. Can I stay on for frogs?
Sure.
For 4 more years.
You know what's happening right now, Juan?
2 to 4 years to not get that solved.
No.
What's going on?
So cartels are trapping people from Honduras. All the cartels are coming up.
Okay, in the intro video for this,
demanding payments.
In the intro video for this, he told the not the intro video. In the interview he did, he said why he doesn't want to go. They're like, why don't you go down to the border and take some pictures? Like, oh, that's depressing for people.
Yeah, dude, seriously, he could be a legit news source. He's so close to the border. If I lived that close to the border, I would be at the border recording it, and I would be live streaming from there.
At least he'd be. Yeah, I'm thinking of going down there my damn self.
Yeah. I worked at a power plant in Mission, Texas, and live streamed at it because they were shooting at us across the border. Just stray rounds were striking the turbine we were working on, the intake of it and shit, and you could hear them popping off. Everybody was freaking out, and I was like, "Don't trust me, I've been here before." Aye. It was probably those crazy. What's the religious group from Utah that has the sister wives and shit? What are they called? The Mormons. There's a band of wild Mormons just across the border in Mexico that run their own town by muscle and. Yes, I swear there is. Listen, they moved down to Mexico.
The fucking Mormons, though.
When they were afraid about laws that were going to come in place that would affect their way of life, their sister wives and all that stuff. So they moved to Mexico. When they got there, they built their own town.
Amish.
You know how Mormons are like Amish, huh?
Do you mean Amish or Mormons?
No. I legit mean Mormons. They're even related. They're even related to that the Mormon presidential candidate we had or whatever. One of them's related to him. But
Mitt Romney.
They went down there, huh? Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney. They're related to Mitt Romney. They went down there and built their community and didn't fuck with nobody. Well, the drug cartels came and started trying to run through their town, and they tried to run them out. They built guard towers trying to keep them away, and they killed one of them. So these motherfuckers went crazy and started shipping in ARs from overseas, and they like rule their town with an iron fist. They've got guard towers and razor wire. It looks like a compound, and it's just Mormons out in Mexico.
You
It's
think we
pretty
can go
interesting.
there and say what's up?
It would be fun. I would go. There's
I
even
wouldn't wanna
Vice News
try,
did
get a
a story
story.
with them. Yeah.
Dude,
Vice
you and I
News
should
went down
get-
there
you and
like
I
2
should get,
years
like, a
ago. When
fucking- I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, you go ahead. You should get a what?
Yeah, the delay is weird, guys. So that's what happens sometimes. Sometimes it sort of goes in and out. We need to get a bus so we can go
Get it
around and
wrapped.
do all this, man. Yep.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, Vice News actually went down there, and it had to do with the reason they did the story was like, do you know there's these crazy roaming Mormons in the Mexican desert who are like a giant Second Amendment people, but the government's trying to take away their munitions because the government's in with the cartel and they're trying to take away their guns or make a national registry. They've got their own shooting ranges and everything. It's wild. You have to look it up sometime.
Mormon colonies in Mexico. Get out of town.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
So now, and then
Oh, so
they're
because
killing
Mexico,
people, so
you
they're-
could do the polygamy.
Yeah. They were worried about who the president might win and if they would shut them down because now they do it, but it's like frowned upon and maybe illegal, kind of.
Well, look, I've said this before that I'm the kind of guy that really does need more than one wife. All right. So,
And at least
so
two
I think
husbands?
This is right. Well, I think I need to have like maybe 3-4 wives. And I think I should go down there and check it out and let me just make a deal with them and say, hey, let me and Will come on down here. We'll stay here for a little while. We'll check out your culture. All right. We're going to document this.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Someone in chat just gave me an idea. If I buy a short bus and paint it, could you fly to Tennessee so we can start chasing the team around, but we'll be in a short bus, just chasing them around?
like they did in Texas.
Yeah, I'll paint it up all nice, and I'll come up with a catchy name for it, and we'll just be the chase vehicle for Robert David Still's tour. We're just the short bus.
We would just have to put we'll wrap it in like some flames. We'll just like chase them. Like, come on, let's go. That'd be great. And have like some kind of gun that comes out the top, but like shoots water balloons. A water balloon cannon.
I told chat how fun would it be just to drive beside them on the interstate for like 2 hours while they're making the trip, just flipping them off and sticking your ass out the window and just whatever to get their attention.
Oh, it's hilarious. Yo, there's the trolls over there. Like, what is it? Scott is.
Look at these scumbag shills out here, chat. I can see it on Telegram now. Chat. These scumbag shills right here. I got something for them. They ever heard of a tomahawk? Yeah, we all have. Like, no one uses them because we got fucking guns, Scott. That's why.
Yeah,
that's why we don't use tomahawks.
I mean, even some knives are way fucking better than a tomahawk, bro.
They're taking the people,
Yeah.
they're jacking them, they're holding them hostage until they pay. I mean, it's the crime is
The
off
meat
charts.
wagon is what they
Do
said we
not
should call it.
realize this. And it's
Yeah, we'll
happening
call
on
it the
both
meat-
sides now. Now the
the meat
crime has
wagon.
just spiked, and I'll be riding around in El Paso, and I'm not gonna lie, man. I see people
Because you
that
can't go anywhere.
kind of shady walking around neighborhoods now that don't look like they belong there.
Your man,
And-
allegedly.
Well, you saw all of these. I'm sure your listeners, they're watching all of this. They're very aware.
All right,
You've
Travis.
seen these bus loads
Mm-hmm.
of kids that are going around the country and being dropped off in cities around the country.
Yeah.
And you look at it and go, these are kids. Those are military.
Yes, chat. The
fighting age
donation alerts work
men.
on when I broadcast this way. Yeah.
100%.
Okay. These are guys that are 18 to 24. They're buff.
Yep.
They supposedly
Yeah.
trekked across, South America,
They're
Uh,
buff.
starving to
Super
death
buff.
and barely able to survive.
Yeah. Oh, you like that too.
They show up.
What did he say? What were some of the other?
well-rested,
I missed
fit,
it because we were
trim,
talking
and
about. What did he say in between there, Will?
About how buff
I
they
want to
were.
hear him describe the boys. What is he saying?
Backed up a minute.
All the cartels are coming up and demanding payments for people to cross now. So now, and then they're killing people. So they're taking the people, they're jacking them, they're holding them hostage until they pay. I mean, it's.
Oh, by the way, if you guys want to leave a donation for Tony at the Veritas machine, just send it to my wife's Venmo, and I'll make sure he gets it. I learned that from somebody else, but I'll make sure he gets it.
Hey, listen, just want to make sure this works. No, I'm
just
here,
need to make sure this works. Can you send me 10?
No. Listen, I'm here because I want to be a good guy, and I want to help Will get his running speed legs so he can get out there on the track and do some alpha.
That was there you go, chat. That's the movie poster I did today. I know it's kind of off-centered, but it's called Saving Will's Legs. Saving Will's Legs. It's a spoof on Saving Private Ryan. That's what I sent out today. All right, let's watch the video. Here we go. How buff are they?
It's the crime is off the charts, and people do not realize this. And it's happening on both sides now. Now the crime has just spiked, and I'll be riding around in El Paso, and I'm not gonna lie, man. I see people that I deem kind of shady walking around neighborhoods now that don't look like they belong there. And
well, you saw all of these. I'm sure your listeners, they're watching all of this. They're very aware. You've seen these busloads of kids that are going around the country and being dropped off in cities around the country.
Yeah.
And you look at it and go, these are kids. Those are military fighting age men.
Yep. 100%.
Okay. These are guys that are 18 to 24. They're buff.
Yep.
They supposedly trekked across
He says it.
South America.
He says it with such authority. Hold on. He goes, they're 18 to 25. They're buff.
They're covered in coconut oil.
I saw one of them that couldn't have been older than 13 wearing nothing but a light coat of baby oil and a smile. Really freaked me out. I only watched the video 7 times. I couldn't make it out.
I don't know where he pulled that frozen drink out from. That cocktail looked delicious.
They're watching all of this. They're very aware. You've seen these busloads of kids that are going around the country and being dropped off in cities around the country.
Yeah.
And you look at it and go, these are kids. Those are military fighting age men.
Yep. 100%.
Okay. These are guys that are 18 to 24. They're buff.
Yep.
They supposedly trekked across, South America.
They're dead.
Starving to death and barely able to survive.
Barely able to survive.
They show up well rested, fit, trimmed, ready to go to war.
Like, what does that have to do with it?
So is that what they're doing?
The pain.
They're just going to talk over each other. But, what does that have to do with it? We do have an issue with immigration. I agree. Someone just said in chat that they got 500 illegal children coming to their town, and they're putting them in a place that's not supposed to hold 500 people. It's much smaller. We do have an issue and stuff, but it's just funny the way they talk about it. But Trump's still in charge. Don't forget, and the military and all that stuff. But it's not real. It's all a movie. But it is, and we're worried about it. And they're buff.
Are they going to be upset if Flynn was the director? Like, is Trump the director? Like. Would that be upsetting? They would go, shit, no.
I think Lynn Wood, when this is all over, I think Lynn Wood should get quite a bit of blame for what happened. He, very irresponsibly, when he was still on Twitter, he made Scott famous. He made Timothy Charles Homeseth famous.
Yeah. He gave them all legitimacy.
What was that? Towards the Meat Hammer Short Bus. Thank you very much, Toasty. Thank you very much, Toasty. It's a Towards the Meat Hammer Short Bus. I appreciate that. $15 into the cult. What did you say? They didn't hear it.
I forget.
No, it was at the same time as Machine Gun.
He legitimized. I was saying he legitimized those guys that you were mentioning.
A bunch of people.
And he had so many followers because of his legitimate but then he's like this crossover kind of mainstream crossover kind of guy. Hey, watch out.
Yeah.
And, you have a situation where at the end of all this, I think he's the guy who should get the camera and the gun and just go into a room by himself and, make sure he turns it on.
Right. I hear you.
And gives it a little zippity do da day and takes one for the team, because I think that's what he's going to have to do after this all goes sideways for him.
Yeah, he tries to act like he's clean, like, oh, I'm just. It's the same thing with Doug Billings. After so many times of Doug saying, look, I don't believe what they say. I just let everybody talk. Bullshit. You pump it up. You harvest them for donations. You agree with them when they're on your show, and they disappear, and you never like check any of the shit they said. You're just as guilty as everybody else is. Probably more so. You got a bigger channel.
Right. And Faith always has that. There's always that curveball that's thrown with that Faith. This all the God talk. And here's what's going to happen. And what it is, it's the slap and the kiss. The slap is the grift and the bullshit and the parroting, and then it's the kiss of, oh, but faith in God. And since we believe in God. Since we believe in God, technically what I'm saying now is everything I just said before, what I'm going to say about God means everything I just said before is not true.
Right.
But God is true, and it's God's plan. So whatever was said there is like, doesn't matter. I said I gave you facts, but that doesn't matter because facts don't matter. Money matters.
Right.
PayPal matters.
Look out.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Please put this toward new
Looks like we're on our way.
When you get new legs.
We got another $15. It says they want me to buy new boots for my new legs. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Make sure
whenever I get new legs.
Well, sneakers, too. Don't forget, because we're getting him those speed legs, them speed track legs. So he's going to
set of boots down.
Yeah, so he doesn't need boots or shoes because he got them paddles on those runners.
Thank you very much for that donation, Denise. $15 in the Colt. I will make sure when I get new legs, I'll get new footwear.
Are they bringing?
He just doesn't like to sprint everywhere, and you kind of have to with those.
Yeah, this is gonna suck. There's so much recoil in them. Everywhere I go, it's in a dead run. I'll probably lose like 115 pounds in the first 2 weeks.
You're like Octane in the Apex game. That's it. There you go. Just like with the steel legs.
Yeah, I can't stop. If I run into a wall, someone just grab my shoulders and turn me around, point me in a different direction.
You better keep looking because you could keep going. You go burn through that wall.
They've got emotes now for the Meat Hammer short bus in the chat. Meat Hammer short bus.
Oh, that looks delicious.
Well, again, let's just think of false flags. Let's think about the players that infiltrated at the January.
Does this
5th,
not sound like a man who is fucking just purely guessing, like 1,000%, just like guessing?
If you think back to you remember in Cuba, you remember what happened in Cuba there, he definitely didn't take notes before this interview. Right. I think because David Nino's so slow, I guess would be the proper term. Because he's so slow, he doesn't feel like he's got to be prepared. He's not going to get any pushback. David Nino's not going to remember anything to ask him. Instead, he can just make it up. But by the next interview, when he does like one of these other grifters, he'll have it worked out.
The thing with the books is like
the guy couldn't name 3 books. You think he's going to ask me about dates?
The look on his face was like, I didn't think you were going to be hard questions.
No one told me there was a test.
What the hell? What the fuck? All right. Celestine Properties. My book. And let's cut the commercial. Keto.
Have you ever read the back of the box of Keto with Nino?
It's all Chinese ingredients. I know some of it's in actual Mandarin.
People that, were protesting at BLM and Antifa operations in cities around the country. We have their pictures. And
I'm in Chicago for the Insurance Investigators Convention.
Insurance Investigators Quarterly.
Quarterly. I gotta go in a minute.
Crowd that came
downstairs.
to,
He's kind of pissed off
at President Trump's request to be present and pray on January 6th, when Congress was certifying the vote, and to make their feelings known to the Congress to influence them. Well, supposedly then.
So Mason says, once the Q Caravan's money is raised, how long until we hear about the cancellations, or about city cancellations, or outright cancellation, the whole thing? Me and Tony have a bet of whether they're going to actually even buy buses or just a boat, and they're all going to head for the Bahamas and probably an island they live on. Then they just avoid everybody. Maybe you won't even hear they canceled.
They purchased the Peter Nygaard property, and they're going to be living there, saving children. I mean, and saving them for later for snacks.
Right, to hide them in the tunnels.
Then they break into the building, did all this terroristic act. But the leaders of this thing, dressed in their costumes, were also people that were at BLM and Antifa events playing a role.
You know what I thought of? Hold on, man. What is your, that Charlie Ward bingo thing? Do you know? I'm wondering right now if everybody should just pick a word that they think is definitely going to be said in however long this interview is going to be. I think that we should maybe pick a word, and I think I'm going to go with theater.
Theater, that's a good one. I'm going to go with thugs. BLM and Antifa thugs, because that's what we're talking about right now.
Right.
Chat, you'll have to pick your own word. See what's coming up next.
Organic.
Scott believes that the majority of the BLM protesters were shipped to Syria last year when the ISIS rose up and trained in combat.
What?
Scott believes that the majority of people who protested for BLM were shipped to Syria during the ISIS training, because that was all a lie. That was all fake. And then they were shipped back here, but that's where they got their combat training over there. And so they could come here and be combatives. I know, it makes so much sense. Somebody said pantymoms. Surveillance. Alpha. We got some good ones.
Oh, okay.
That how much of that was real players involved? Let me use a different example, and we'll come back to these people coming over the border in a second. I'm trying to pull some threads together here. Up at the bird refuge there in Oregon, when the protesters had taken over the bird refuge, some great work has been done by a number of people. The one that's the best is Gary Hunt, Outpost of Freedom. And establishing that over half.
Did he say his friend Mike Hunt? Mike Hunt?
I don't. Could you go back a little bit?
Harry Hunt. What'd he say?
We're at BLM and Antifa events playing a role. So the question is, how organic was that? How much of that was real players involved? Let me use a different example, and we'll come back to these people coming over the border in a second. I'm trying to pull some threads together here. Up at the bird refuge there in Oregon, when the protesters had taken over the bird refuge, some great work has been done by a number of people. The one that's the best is Gary Hunt, Outpost.
Gary Hunt.
And
Gary Michael
that
Hunt.
Over half of the people present that were occupying the bird refuge, over half of them were
talking about. Oh my God, what's he even? I don't know. You guys know that my friend Mike Hawk was he was sure that all the birds within the refuge, he did not like the BLM people being there. Mike Hawk. Oh God. What's he even talking about?
Paid government informants or people under the control of federal agencies, agent provocateurs. We saw that at other events around the country.
That was a
down
good
at the
one.
Bundy thing, where
Agent
supposedly
provocateurs.
this couple drives across the country. They don't have a pot to piss in. They don't have money for anything, and supposedly they get gas in a car, and they drive cross country, and they show up out there at the Bundy Ranch, and they're gonna help with things. And then when things don't go right and people realize something's wrong with them, there's a problem, they go and do a bank robbery and get into a shootout in downtown Las Vegas and die. Very bizarre bullshit going on there. They want to portray people in the alternative media as bad guys, guilt by association. Even the stuff being done on this special right now,
Is that a Casio watch?
portraying people that were following the
He's a big fan of watches from Walmart.
Q operation as Nazi sex crime.
I don't know. Look at those rivets on it. You ever seen rivets like that on a watch? Those 4 gold rivets. Very distinctive.
Mm-hmm.
Are we doing the HBO QAnon investigation now? Like they did the watch and the pen and
Is that the Trump watch? The cufflinks.
Crime terrorists.
Oh yeah, well they did a
somehow.
documentary on HBO talking about a guy named Ron. They did which is all propaganda, obvious bullshit. It's disinformation, but they're talking about
What?
So what he's talking about, Chad, is when the Bundy Ranch thing happened. Then not long after that, you remember after the actual ranch thing, there was another one with the Bundy sons and some more people at a wildlife reserve place. Where they were occupying a ranger station and a guy got shot. Well, after that, 2 of the people, like a couple years after that, 2 of the people that were involved in that Bundy wildlife preserve thing, they ended up trying to rob a bank in Los Angeles and got shot dead. But there wasn't a clear motive of why or what was going on. It just kind of popped up. Hey, these were these guys and they're dead now, and then it just went away. It was weird, but I'm sure it had nothing to do with the quantum financial system.
Did you see that on HBO about billing Q as a?
I'm very aware of it.
Ron?
Yeah. Well, there's I know a lot more on that than I want to talk about right now.
Okay.
But I will say this, that these efforts to malign
He says it. By the way, Dave, I know that's starting kind of slow and all over the place. David Nino says that the second half of it blew his mind, which doesn't take a whole lot. He's got like a 3-watt bulb in there. It doesn't take a whole lot, but still, it probably gets better afterwards.
operation.
I mean, it'll
specifically.
light up like
And
the front of
the
a
American
closet.
citizen-
Right. You can definitely tell it's made to have electricity run through it. You just might not trust it. Like, oh, that's going to start a fire.
Who, in a very honorable, prayerful way, are seeking to protest the frauds occurring against them from government.
Yeah, well, let's say there's four gold colored rivets, maybe on each side, and then the gold faceplate.
Offices and
I think
sanctioned
Chat's
operations.
investigating.
The American people have the right to make their voices heard, to assemble
Try Piaget.
and protest
Piaget.
these operations against them. That their own tax money is being used against them for these operations to try and malign people. Let me just tie it together, see if I can do it. It's a little difficult sometimes, but how can you have an
It's always difficult when you're making it up off the top of your head. By the way, Tony, you need to download this program. It's either called Split Cam or I think on Apple products it's called Twist Cam. But you can put in 2 scenes and instead of like leaving chat and going away, you can put up like a little screensaver, or you can have it fade out. You can have it do all kinds of stuff, even when you're on StreamYards.
No. Here, watch this. No, I could do this one.
Oh, you got one? Let's see it.
Hold on.
How special are you?
Hold on, I have to. Oh, I'm in the. Oh, we're in this part of it. Hold on, I got to down. I got.
Oh God, shut it down. Let's back up.
Whoa.
Are you having a? Do you need to call Scott? You want me to call Scott and see if he can help you figure it out?
No, I don't need Scott. I'm gonna use. I'm gonna go. You're gonna think this is fucking hilarious. I made a little graphic
sweet.
when I was having that little issue with Alec Baldwin.
Oh no. That was pretty hilarious, I would say. Let's not leave that up too long. But yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, it didn't say anything, did it? I didn't mean to put up. Oh shit! I put up the wrong one. My bad. My bad. Sorry. I'm glad I took it
it's
off
not
fast.
good.
Yeah. Here, let me see.
Do you even do the Patriot Street Fighter face or no?
What?
The Patriot Street Fighter face.
Screaming like a warrior. Like a warrior against these deep state scumbags. What did he say? What's his line
deep
there?
throat? I've been deep throating scumbags or something.
Oh, okay, so here's like, this is like a new style that I have for some of my video screen cap things. You might like this. What do you think?
Kill him with kindness. That's a good one.
Is that all right? Not bad?
Yeah. I like that one.
Nice little, okay. All right. No, but I could upload, something if I step away. I'll upload something while we're talking. I'll find something.
No, I was just letting you know that I found a program that does it easy and it's real small on your computer, because I used to do it through a more complicated program, but it took up a lot of RAM to have both scenes. You don't need one right now. I was just letting you know. I'm spastic like that.
An honest protest anywhere. If you have agent provocateurs on
Veritas,
somebody's payroll from within government agencies, these cover operations. How can you have an honest protest when every time you turn around, there's agent provocateurs put inside your organizations to try and take you off course and malign what you're doing? I go back all the way back to Waco. At Waco, we have the guy that ends up being, the one that goes in and blows up the building in Oklahoma. And yet we have all sorts of
Wait, you missed a bunch of names there. Did you mean Timothy McVeigh? Do you remember? You mean he watched it happen and he was enraged about it?
The guy that was down there and blew up the thing.
Yeah, the guy in Waco. We have the guy that later blows up a building in Oklahoma City.
Timothy McVeigh. Jesus
Christ.
I mean, it's such basic. Here's what I find: the one of the through lines of all the grifters that we have seen is their lack of basic education, and some
clearly
of the things
just winging
that they say and the references. What?
They're clearly just winging it. Like,
you got no mouth move on that one, huh? Because that was pretty scary.
No.
That was like the Death Jester. The other one. This is William Wallace.
I don't know what that one was.
Braveheart. That's not Braveheart. Oh shit! I said I'm gonna have nightmares. I think I'm gonna have nightmares now. Try not to.
They could at least write down look at this one. They could at least write down the guys' names when they're doing a full report. They could at least write down Timothy McVeigh. Okay.
Right. Just listen. If you're gonna refer to this, here's this list.
This is my alter ego, Bill Word.
Observations, intel of his activities, insights that show that he was operating from within a secret unit, which had access to military bases.
Hey, Dave, what he just did right there is called a spoonerism. I just wanted to let you know that training. So if you were wondering what he just did with his name, it's called a spoonerism. All right. He said,
I appreciate you helping out, Dave.
And then Bill Word. All right, Dave. There you go.
Right.
Or doing some type of work, and a producer out of Hollywood just happened to be there doing set work, looking for locations and doing filming, and films the Oklahoma City bomber when he supposedly is running around inside these militia groups, trying to get people to work with him to do these terroristic things. And he's on a military base in fatigues, getting in tanks, driving around, doing everything else. So clearly on the payroll inside of a government-run operation, and yet he's portrayed as being this loose cannon off loose. Well, he was at Waco. he's at the military base, and then he's back at Oklahoma City. And then Oklahoma wasn't about what we were told. They had all the records, all the paperwork from the drug running down at the border that had been tracked, everything from the IRS tracking the money transfers, stuff going into MENA and operations related to that, all very sealed stuff. Had all of the
It's just all word salad, man.
The various
Yeah, I
agencies
know. Like
involved.
this is like, and
all
then
of their
we're gonna
hard-
get up and we're all gonna win. Now you understand everything is at
And they-
stake here. What we need to do is get together and unite, and we have to defeat them because they are thugs. They're coming for us. They're coming for everything.
We have every financial statement of every person ever that existed before or after time, and how many times they made a deposit into MENA. Okay, that makes little to no sense.
I mean, it really is like when what happens is when he starts to speak, my head starts to go back like this, and it just goes in this direction, and I just find myself looking at the fucking light on the ceiling because it's more interesting because he's saying nothing. Can we just go back just a little bit so that I could maybe just try? Because
Sure.
now I'll really try. Let's try. What is it?
That had been tracked, everything from the IRS tracking the money transfers, stuff going into MENA and operations related to that, all very sealed stuff. Had all of the aircraft numbers, the various agencies involved, all of their hard paper documentation. The Senate Intelligence Oversight Committee and the Senate Banking Committee had both requested all of those records for an investigation. So what are the...
By the way, someone just said he thinks he's the smartest person in the room. Our boy David Nino Rodriguez said when he was doing the post video he did after he did this and put it on YouTube, he said, "Look, I've interviewed General McInerney, General Flynn, I've interviewed Gene Decode, I've interviewed all these people, but this man right here, 107, he is so intelligent and he knows so much stuff. There is no way that he is not plugged directly in to Trump and his team. Unless Trump committed insurance fraud."
He said something about it being behind the firewall. He is deeper behind the firewall than anyone.
Yeah, and he can't. And David said he can't punch through the firewall, although he's trying. He keeps trying to get in there and get his punches in. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but in the meantime, he has to go to the insurance convention and hear the lectures on the new ethics of surveillance during insurance investigations for 3 days.
Yeah. It's Aetna. How can we help investigate you? That's the name of the seminar this weekend.
You remember their old commercial? It was Aetna. I'm glad I met you. That's what it was. I swear to God.
All those records go when they were taken. All of the agencies had to provide their hard copy original data. The reason that's relevant is because in order to testify in a criminal case, in these types of cases, the agents involved have to have the original records and notes. They don't just do it only on their recollection. They don't do it with copies, your original records. So all of those original hard copy records were assembled together, and then they were sent to Oklahoma, the federal building, in preparation to go to Washington, D.C. for hearings at some later date. And then magically, miraculously, the building gets blown up while all that stuff's there. And the guy that does it is somebody with an ongoing history inside the intelligence agencies. And then the people that he's coordinating with are from other intelligence agencies. People forget the Strathmeyer connection to German intelligence coming back through NATO back to the U.S. And he's there involved in the same groups. So who's doing this? And then you come back to this looking the other way at the border while military aged, fighting men aged 18 to 24, buff trim are coming in and being bussed all over
buff and trim.
Supposedly to take the load off.
Is that the second time he said that?
Border. And then the other side of the coin is while they're sending those guys and trucking them all over the country, you have young children.
Yeah.
Hey, man, when I put you in charge of my channel, you can make those type of decisions, buddy. Till then, just sit back and watch.
That are being housed there. We have all sorts of
Fort Bliss is turned into that.
And let me just say this. And you met him there in Las Vegas when we had everybody in. One of the highest decorated soldiers from the Vietnam War.
Did he say trim buff twice?
And he's in the movie The Called.
Yeah, I believe so.
Mr. Bliss.
And I think that he's thinking it right now.
His ancestor, 4 generations back in the 1800s, was the first recipient of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And Mr. Bliss's himself followed in that tradition, almost in a forced kind of a way. Generation after generation of the Blisses have been, true patriots and honored. Fort Bliss was named after the first Congressional Medal of Honor winner. And so he was there at Las Vegas with us.
Wow, he didn't even know Fort Bliss was a military. Oh, man.
He had no idea. And that guy was in Las Vegas with him when they went out to watch the movie, is what he's telling him.
He lives in Texas.
Well, a guy from that family was there.
You guys all there, and Michael's in the restaurant. I think he was in the same.
Right. I met him. I met him at
the other table,
in the theater and at the table, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And beautiful guy. In fact,
he doesn't even remember where he met him.
A couple weeks ago, and had some family members over of his to have dinner up in our suite.
Let me ask you this one. So what I'm seeing here, like with all these military type men,
Well, hold on. I just want to say, and so here I am, pissed off that
the headquarters of Fort Bliss are fucking literally in El Paso, where he has lived his entire life.
Mm-hmm. He had no idea.
And he did not know what Fort Bliss was?
Mm-mm. He thought that was a grocery store in the bad neighborhood. He's like, we go to the good one.
Where the real brown people are, the ones that are really dark brown.
After this honorable hero and a family who have defended America over generations is then being used in a way that is actually not helping the American people. It's damaging the country. We're not protecting ourselves. And in fact, this facility is being misused. People need to be kind of
turned
aware.
into a housing complex for these people. They're putting up tents. It's crazy. This is insane. They're all there now. They're all going to Fort Bliss and they're just housing them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
the first armored, the big red one.
The other thing we were in.
The first armor division? No, the big red one is the big red one is the first infantry.
Oh, okay.
First armored is, I forget what their slogan is. I can look it up. Hold on. First AD, first armored division. By the way, for those for the person who complained about stopping the video, I have to. Old Ironsides is the first armored.
Okay.
But for the people that complain about stopping the video, I have to. It's not my content. If I don't review it, if I don't speak about it, if I don't stop it, then it's not my content. It's someone else's content, and they can take it down.
Vegas, Sound of Freedom. We're working through the stuff to get a release on that, and I'm not announcing a date because we're still working through the details. But even my travels right now are related to some of that. But the point is,
no, they're not.
You have children at risk to all the various types of predators during this trek to get to the border of the country. You're
like you, Wayne,
people to take the risk because you're letting them in. The word has traveled far and wide. It's it's a free for all. And if you get the lottery ticket and get inside of America, you get taken care of. So families are trying to come up, and then they're bringing their kids, putting them all at risk. There's not hundreds, there's thousands of kids now. I don't think it's a stretch at all to say tens and tens of thousands, not just inside now the U.S. System, but strewn across South America en route. And
it can be downloaded where you found it, because I went out and found it, and you can go find it. There you go, buddy. You can have it. You can download it and watch it all in one fucking shot. You can cut it up into 1,000 pieces. You can watch it on the shitter. I don't care. You go find it.
Let's just say
the boys had a long day today. I don't know if they'll be on. What's up?
Let's just say in a video game, you and I were able to go out and let's say we were allowed to in this video game. Well, actually, it's the mission in the video game. The mission in the
Okay.
video game
I'm ready.
is to capture Wayne Ronald Willett.
Okay.
And we need to capture him and secure him unharmed, right?
Right.
To bring him to like Egypt for like little interrogation, with maybe some of them specialists over there.
A little bit of waterboarding.
Little bit, I mean, it looks like he might
I'm
need
in.
he needs to hydrate himself a little bit. So I think that's part of the video game, and that should be the end goal, to get him to admit that he is not JFK Jr.
Oh, okay. I would say the best place to pick him up from, since he claims that this is not dangerous for him, would be the hotel room he broadcasts from live.
Right.
I would say that'd be the place to snatch him at.
I'm pretty sure you can figure out, if you're from Chicago, where he is, what hotel, what angle he's at, and how many floors up he is, probably within 2 or 3.
That's right.
And you're going to see him downstairs in the lobby at some point anyway, so you can just sort of wait him out.
Especially if they have a continental breakfast. He doesn't buy breakfast.
He's going to be right there. Oh, is this the coffee? Do you have the waffle maker?
He's got to put some new tires on the rig. No sense in spending money on breakfast.
And
Man,
every
I'm glad I
step
don't
of the
put
way,
these
they
little
are
peanut
at
butter
risk.
squeeze things on these waffles.
If I knew somebody in Chicago, I would just get them to get in a different building with binoculars, like Chat said, and just look across the way and see who he is. His windows are open.
Not just health and everything else, but to the predators, and how many of them.
That's a good point, Joseph. Actually, he always stays in Trump Towers.
It is a
he probably is. If there's one in Chicago, he's in it.
Crisis. You're praying for America. You're praying for everything else. If you can't protect small children, and then you're praying to God for your next big break or whatever, and help and all that sort of thing. If you can't protect the children, what are you asking God if you won't do the most basic stuff?
Are we making fun of Juan? Juan's doing all the making fun of himself. We're just pointing it out.
And so by our actions as a country, in our name, your listeners, this crowd, the people that showed up in Vegas, we're not agreeing with this, but it's our tax money. It's our national image that's being projected and facilitating a certain series of events that at the end of the day are not.
He's holding the phone
to
always
entice people into the trap like
he
this.
didn't learn his lesson honestly first time with this shit when he didn't figure out to not hold the phone and put it on something because of what happened last time when it flipped around on him.
All right. I think honestly he has one of these. If I had to guess, I mean, I'm no Scientologist, but I think that he's got this is this is what he's using here. Let me grab this image and I'll pull it up to where everybody can see it, including you. I think he's using this. I think that's what he's got. If I had to guess, that's where the camera's at and everything. So so he could be hands free in case he's got to start beating off guys with both hands.
I was just about to say he's got both hands free.
Yeah.
And the creep
beating off assassins with both hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah, look at the creepy
I think
Juan.
he's got it.
He's Wano jerking right there.
They're pawns in a much, much, much larger game. Even the one thing I would also mention here, just in this context while we're talking about it, everything you're talking about, I'm talking about here right now. We're only talking domestically inside the country for the most part. What's happening to us? What's the risk for us? What's going to happen to our country, etc. But the players involved are global. And there's a global effort. Even the work to overturn the vote, to twist who we elect as our president, and people in our Congress and these other positions in this national election that just happened. The reason that they want to control these things, the people that are interfering,
you
with
could
this
literally
are
chop up every sentence
so
he says and put them completely in a different order, and it would not matter. You could
Right.
take this sentence, that he just said right now, chop it, and then go back about, I don't know, 25 minutes that he's been talking straight without a fucking breath or a sip of water, you know?
Yep.
Go-
And then
he
nothing.
is
Nothing.
not, he has not moved his feet. I mean,
Do you think he pre-records these and he's just sitting there shaking the phone every once in a while audio's playing?
it's just like a screensaver.
Yeah.
He
This
just
is just an interactive
It's a loop.
screensaver.
Yeah, it's like just a loop of, what you would put on your Instagram
Words.
story kind of thing.
Controls the whole globe. It's not just who controls America.
I'm fixing to skip
And,
ahead some. This is getting
this effort
fucking
being
too
used,
slow.
against us
He
to
is
infiltrate us
fucking
from the
killing
southern
me.
border. That's a global operation. The money that's paying for these people
Let's
to make
speed
it
it
to
up
the
and see what
border,
happens.
military age, fit and trim, and ready to go to war, and then being trucked around the country. That money
The and trim.
isn't coming from just a couple little local merchants or one or two little wealthy families.
That's
That's
globalist money. That's big money. Or it's our tax dollars. I mean, how are they doing this?
well, it's a militarized
Soros?
attack on America. Soros. I go back to what I've said numerous times before. It's my contention.
One is a lying,
that
grifting
Soros
piece of shit.
is,
If that's a good guy,
essentially
then
a
yeah,
British
he's a
operative.
good guy.
Now, why would I make such a bizarre, astronomically insane, statement? Because when he made his original big money wealth, he was betting against the pound, and so all these complaints with other currencies too within the British Commonwealth, where he did these fantastical plays betting against various currencies as they're going down, and then reaping, these mountainous profits. Which he has a black budget, if you will.
I feel like
to
we've
go
been
push
watching this for
everything he
2
wants to push.
hours.
I mean, is
the
this like
reality
a
is,
German
these
film
intelligence
festival
agencies, these
fucking
black
movie?
hat-
Like, am I gonna be here for another 6.5 fucking days? Like, am I gonna?
I wish it was
don't
one of
worry
those
about
silent
it.
movies.
This
I
particular
skipped
film
ahead some.
is 78 hours. I mean, that's what German. I've been to a couple German film festivals, man.
Yeah, it's a 78-hour still photo of a black and white tomato that's been sliced.
Oh my God, it's the I do believe that I was at a movie one time for 4.5 hours, and I was like, you know what, I don't give a fuck who invited me here. Like,
We're no longer friends.
And look, it's not like I'm going to storm out. Okay, I'm just going to lightly, it's going to be a light drizzle. But I'm leaving.
All right, I skipped ahead some. Let's see what happened. He said it got spicy in the middle. This is about the middle.
Yep. And look, a competition amongst
Patriots.
similar like-minded people. I
Dave,
think it's the greatest thing in the world. It's exactly what we need to do. We just aren't going to be able to do it, with all of the money and effort that these other guys get. But I believe the American people will vote with their feet, and we'll compete with each other, but making each other better and sharper. I'll promote the other guys 1,000%. We'll do the best we can to provide the best quality product to people that we can to compete with these other guys. But remember, these other guys we're competing with, they've got essentially unlimited coffers of money.
Yeah.
Anytime they get into trouble, anytime.
So he's talking about promoting the team, the grifters. He's talking about promoting the team of grifters to keep them going because we're competing against CNN.
Time they get under some scrutiny or whatever, they got 1,000 ways to throw money in there that have nothing to do with real economic competition. They can throw advertisers at them that supposedly are going to gain a whole bunch of money by advertising on Facebook. Nobody's buying that shit. Same thing with YouTube. Most of the time, the stuff is bullshit. And it's just a foil to keep them flush with money so they can continue the operation to control the American people and the American people's conversation. So
Juan, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Tony just commented in chat. Make sure you follow his backup page, TVM Report. Subscribe over there on YouTube.
You said that you're gonna have some kind of interesting developments. Like, where are we right now? I mean, I know.
Here we go. Interesting developments
from the whole April 1st prediction. A lot of people are eating up Charlie Ward. They're eating up you. They're eating up me. And I tell people there's so many moving parts to this game. We can't just say dates. It's like.
Well, I think I got to be. I'm going to go a little bit on my own on self-defense here for a second.
Okay.
I always say.
Wait a minute. Whoa. What did he just say?
He's gonna go a little bit on his own for self-defense here.
What does that mean?
I think he meant like I'm just going to speak for myself in self-defense.
Which means,
here.
like,
I think that's what he was
look,
trying to
my
get.
My whole theory is these guys are all attached. They have a through line.
Mhm.
They have a script.
Yep.
And I think he is now just saying, just like this is him saying he is going to go off of that script. I just want to go a little further into detail of what I think this means, because I think he's now going off the script and saying, now I'm going to say something that you're about to not agree with, which I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows?
I think they have a script too. I think they reinforced it. I think they were all loosely based off each other. I think they reinforced it out in Las Vegas. They agreed we're only going to do each other's shows. We're going to have everybody on round robin style. We're going to do
Kiss
this.
each
You
other's
only
ass.
promote each other. All that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that this would all be over April 1st. I never said there was going to be arrests on April 1st. I said that by April 1st, the American people would recognize that anybody that voted for Biden or the Democratic candidate was the fool, and that Trump would be president.
True. Hold on.
Okay.
And Trump would be president. Now he is technically. He's just not technically.
I did say that's true. Yeah, you did say that, and so in other words, people are gonna realize the disaster he is.
Well, and that there's something wrong there. And
I just want Will to know that I just hit the like thumbs up. So I just want to know that everybody in here can do the same on this video right here. Everybody hit some of these likes.
Got 132 people watching. Somebody go like the video. Damn.
Right, let's get some likey likes. We need some of that likey love. Everybody loves a good thumb pointed upwards.
that people recognize that Trump was president. Now, I was just having a conversation this morning at breakfast. One of my friends popped in on me here too. In fact, I'm just going to mention his name.
What did he just say? Poptonami? What did he say?
Popped in on me.
Okay.
He popped in on me.
Okay.
Like a friend of his, like JFK Jr. popped in on him.
Okay, I really thought he made up a new word.
Who it is.
I didn't understand.
Popped in on him. It's Filipino.
His name Hugo Fugan.
It's an egg dish.
Who's sitting here present with me right now. The
Judo Fugan, who's sitting there present with him right now.
The thing that I said was that the American people would recognize that Trump won this election. Trump's president. Now, at a physical, technical level,
is he holding the headphone mic right next to his fucking mouth?
I think
is he one of those guys?
I think he keeps it right in the back of his throat, strapped around his uvula. Sometimes you can hear him swallow.
What the fuck is wrong with these guys? All these alphas, nobody tells them because nobody gives a shit. All their friends don't care.
They're like, yeah, let him keep looking like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He is not operating as the president of the United States. And so, I've lost my bet. I bet with a bunch of friends, and I did that, and I've accepted that. However, we were just talking about, I have two of my friends, and I've got several bets out there. Two of my friends that I says double or nothing by the end of the year. And
double or nothing by the end of the year. You all want to talk about them moving fucking goalposts. Look how far they've moved it. Look how far they've moved it. They won't actually let you click on it anymore, Tony. YouTube did away with that on live streams. It's got to be a dead comment, but I'll drop your link in just a second.
Okay, cool.
They keep moving the goalposts. They keep moving the goalposts. Keep moving the goalposts. Now they're already to the end of the year. When are people going to stop believing this bullshit? The end of the fucking year.
Like Christmas?
Double or nothing.
Are you saying that? Hold on. Are you saying that Trump is doubling down because he owns casinos and he's signaling through Juan O. Savin, Mr. Juan Osvaldo Savin, the world Savin? That one of the Bolshevik Argentinian O'Savins?
Right. That's got to be it. There's Tony's link in chat right there.
Thank you. Unbelievable. I mean, end of the year. Mm-hmm. If you are, let's just say you believe this. Let's just say it.
Hooked. I already believe it.
If you believe Mr. 107, if you believe Mr. 107, It's ironic that he does an interview repeatedly with a guy and he has not corrected him on how to say the name properly. He
Right.
just likes being called 107. He's fine with that.
Yep.
It's so close to 007, isn't it? But it's one off. It's one off, isn't it? It's one off.
Isn't it?
Alas.
What is Iris backwards?
Reese's peanut butter cups.
That's it. You got it.
Oh shit! You keep moving the goalpost back, Juan. We can't keep doing that. But I'm.
No. Hold on. Let me finish. Okay. And
he's like, I just made you a bunch of money. What are you talking about? Shut up, boy.
Yeah, you don't want the grift to end. I don't know why Nino plays like he's an idiot.
It's
the longer they keep pushing it, the more he makes.
I know, but he is an idiot because he's not even playing the dumb straight guy the right way. You know what I mean? He's not even playing the part he's supposed to play the right way because he gets all bold and he's like, you know what? I'm going to show him I'm smart. All right? I totally just had a banana, so I got potassium to show him I'm smart.
I'm not going to cramp.
I'm not going to cramp up. My brain's going to be totally jacked up. Give me some oatmeal.
What I want to know is, are you in Nino's corner? Or are you not in Nino's corner?
What if I want to be in the alpha corner? Are these competing corners? Are these corners on the same side?
He told me it was a triangle, so there's only one corner.
I feel like he's trying to do it like tic-tac-toe. Like he's trying to take the other side, so now there's no choice. If someone takes the other one, he's still got the third one. Boom, he wins. Your corner.
There you go. 3 corners.
So, and then, right. So then your corner is going to become his corner because you can't take one of his. Yeah.
Hollywood Squares.
And the reason they wouldn't take the bet, no, they wanted to collect on it right now because in both guys' cases, they said the same thing. No, I think you're right. This isn't going to stand. Biden is not going to be, we might have a dual presidency. And I said that on your show, on numerous other shows. I said it's a dual presidency. I said it's like, I said it's going to be like what happened with Lincoln and Jefferson Davis.
But is that going to lead us into a civil?
So there's a dual presidency, and basically one of the presidents acknowledges he's president, and the rest of the world does too, except for a small faction of people who believe in this crazy QAnon conspiracy theory, and the other one won't admit it, won't acknowledge it, won't speak to these followers, but 107 said so. So basically it's the same. That's 2 presidents. What if I want to be a president and I just get my followers to start saying it, and there's a 3 presidency? Trifecta.
Hat trick. It's a hat trick presidency.
Civil war?
Well, hold on. Let's work this through. Don't race ahead of me too far because we lose people and then they don't hear what was said precisely.
So I know what's going to happen here. I haven't watched this video. I know what's going to happen here only because I saw what David Nino said earlier, and he said that, I think what's going to happen, and I kind of said this might happen earlier, is maybe Trump absorbs some states. Maybe he absorbs some states that, they're trying to do legislation about guns and all kinds of immigrants and stuff. Maybe he absorbs those states who don't want to go.
Are you doing Nino right now?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, because all I could say is he would never use the word legislation. That's just way too much. You are going.
It's above
you
They passed some pieces of paper that everybody signed. I think they called a law or a bill.
Is that like what you do with a checkbook?
I wish he would have said when they asked him what his favorite book was. I wish he would have been like, and the Constitution, because we live in America.
Should I call my alleged bankruptcy attorney?
Okay.
Because you and I have talked privately, and they were part of those conversations. Right. They don't catch the rest of the conversations. They don't understand the context. So I gotta slow you down for a second, so people at least understand precisely what we're talking about here.
Idiot,
so.
It would be fun for everybody to guess the alleged amount they think that his bankruptcy is for.
It would be fun for everybody to guess the alleged amount that he's making that's going to squash that bankruptcy. Who knows?
Oh, no. He buries it in the desert.
Because Congress
They're going to seize those assets. Is that what you're saying?
has recognized.
I think a lot of these
Biden
people
win.
might have a problem because they're all talking, like they're making a lot of money and not taking the time to go get the proper corporate stuff to do the whole donation with the tax framing and, putting it in other corporations and diverting it. It's one thing if you're just an individual, just, getting it going and all that stuff. But if you're like a big, at this point, these people are making a minimum of 20 grand a year,
Right.
every one of them, down to Kristen W.
Yeah, I don't make a whole lot of money on this, but my other income is non-taxable because it's through the VA, like it's a disability check. So like I just pay this as personal income tax, and I still have to pay like 40% on it. I mean, it's like a individual business. I could save some money if I went through my LLC. I don't, but I could. But still, could you imagine some of their taxes they're going to have? And what are they going to write off? An imaginary trip to meet with military generals in Charleston and Trump? Like that. God, that tax bill is going to be crazy, dude. It's going to be crazy.
They've probably spent their taxes. Okay. That's how that's how morons would do it, is to spend, like, to get $1 million, and they're spending $999,900. Actually, they're spending $1.5 million. So they get $1 million and they spend $1.5 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's usually how that would be done with someone stupid.
There's going to be a lot of. They better pray that they're right about the IRS being abolished, because they're coming for them. The old T-man.
That's why professional investors tell you you're going to have. If you're smart, you're going to only spend about 10% of anything on anything pleasurable, for the average household, throughout the U.S.
Yeah.
So, you're really, if people start to learn that if you frame no matter what amount of money, and this is what they don't want people to learn and know, that you can start to structure something that, even if you take 10% of your income and just put it away into something.
Yeah. They tell some of these Twitch streamers, like some of them do. It happens a lot. It's a lot more rare now. Twitch streamers and YouTubers, they tell them that if they're taking donations or tips, that if they blow up, to take 50% and put it in the bank account every time, 50%. And yeah, you might only end up paying 30 and writing some off, or 33 or whatever, and you'll get a nice little check back, but take at least 50% immediately and put it up, because when you think you're making $7,000 a month and you quit your job, and then you find out you're only really making $3,500 because the rest of it's going to taxes. There's a lot in fucking taxes that go into this, processing fees and credit cards and taxes, and a lot of money that goes back into it. And people don't realize that. Like when I get a tip, I get about half of it, a little more than half of it. And the rest of it's going to the tax man. I need to set up a no-leg charity.
The court.
I know, we need to have
the Supreme Court.
one.
If we call it a church, I've already called my followers the cult. If I call it a church, I don't think I have to pay any taxes. I'll be like Joel Osteen.
Church of Titanium. Church of Dem Legs.
Mm-hmm.
Church of
Dim Legs. Church of Dim Legs.
You can't get to
the non-wandering prodigal son, because I can't go anywhere. The stationary son.
If you were Jewish, they couldn't call you a wandering Jew, just a Jew.
Well, that's that. He's just a squatting Jew.
to justice at the Justice Department because they've recognized the Biden win. The courts haven't looked at the forensic data of the crooked vote, of the stolen vote. They've only decided that nobody has standing and they can't hear the case because the people bringing it don't have standing. So you're not getting to actually have a investigation of the evidence within a courtroom setting. The courts have just decided that they don't want to hear the evidence because the people bringing it don't have standing to present the evidence. So you haven't had an honest conversation yet about the vote. And in the meantime, rather than standing aside or not certifying, they've gone in and certified stuff, and the states have taken action. You've got literally a handful, half a dozen states where the machine, the vote machine, has taken the country in a different direction. The whole country didn't vote for Biden.
Right.
The majority of the states voted for Trump. But you have a handful that was in the middle that have been where you have this stolen vote, this fraudulent vote. And yeah, they can cancel culture us and say we can't talk about it. Well,
even in those states, there's ongoing actions to pull out and extract the real numbers, the real vote, and to eliminate the fraudulent.
Hold on just a second, chat. I think Tony thinks he covered up his camera, but he covered up the whole screen. Let me fix it. There, and then we got to remove this banner. Sorry. I'm sure he didn't know. There we go. All right, I can do that. Sorry about that.
Votes and digital fraud, and those still aren't done. They're just taking time to work through. But it's
John. You know how I know that you're a dumbass? You took a shot at me for being a cripple. That's how I know you're a dumbass. You took a shot at me for being I'm sorry, not John. I meant to say Slan or Slain World. You took a shot at me for being a cripple. Are you serious? What a spiteful cripple! Is that what you want to hang on to? Is that what you got?
It's a captured operation in the courts. So whether you can get to justice or not, it's hard to say. But people are becoming more and more aware that it was a stolen vote. Long and short of it is, on that fulcrum, that pivot point, the whole world has been taken in a different direction based on just a handful of states where these guys pulled off a crooked vote. With that in mind, we look at our situation right now from a national level. Are we going to get that reversed in time to save the direction of the republic? And within that is Trump or anybody going to reclaim the high ground and say enough of the fraud, and we stop here and we reverse it. My contention, and I don't know, somebody mentioned something to me the other day, and I want to make sure between you and me that it was being said right in your audience. What I've said precisely is that while the Congress, a corrupt Congress, has allowed the Biden vote to stand, and while a crooked,
I could hop in a straight line, but I'd swim in a circle for sure.
You can't get to justice at the Justice Department, has allowed a Biden victory win. The one place that it hasn't happened is at the highest levels inside the military.
Boom.
And that doesn't mean everybody in the military, every single position.
So he says the Justice Department, the State Department, the federal government, even eventually, like Ted Cruz and the people are like, look, eventually we have to accept this and move on and resist and stand up. Everybody's accepted except for the highest level of the military. It's not true. It's not true.
It's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
At the very highest levels, where it counts, they have not agreed to a Biden win. That's why you're seeing Biden get on aircraft, but they're not designated as Air Force One. You saw. Let me put this in a different zone for you for a second. Listen to me for a second. Don't interrupt.
Typically, okay. He's going to tell David not to interrupt him. Typically, it is actually designated Air Force One, but sometimes it's not. Same thing with Trump. Sometimes Trump's was not designated Air Force One. Right. It wasn't, but just because of tactical reasons or whatever. It's happened before. And the bullshit about the president and vice president can't go on the same plane, that's an absolute lie. Right. Trump and Pence did it a few times, probably at 10 times. If I had to go back and look at all of them, probably 9-10 times.
It's not the preferred protocol,
right? But it happens. I'm sure that the Secret Service is like, hey, let's not do this, but they still do it.
Just listen. Okay. All the intelligence agencies of every government on the planet monitor.
I like how you shut down my stream before you left, Tony. Asshole.
Everything
what did I
that's
do?
done.
Seriously?
You threw up. You got to click to remove yourself. You threw up your logo over the whole stream.
Oh, I thought that was just over my. I thought that was just for me to dip out.
That's what I told chat.
Oh.
Here by public officials. They're looking to see if the guy wipes his nose and he might have coronavirus.
I uploaded it in the wrong spot, didn't
would be within some aspect of the administration of government if some head of NSA
sorry everybody in the chat,
some agency, they're monitoring,
I'm old.
where officials are at any given moment traveling across the country and what could be the meanings of. They're constantly reviewing every movement, every action, every statement.
I had to get some coffee. I have to tell people I'm 50 every 10 minutes, so they forgive me for stuff like that.
So that they can read the tea leaves and try to anticipate.
Speaking of coffee, he's talking about
reading the tea leaves. Oh,
I'm back that up so I hear it.
Says a lot. Shit.
Speaking of coffee, a company called Maw, MAW, reached out to me today, and they're sending me a sample pack of some of some like streamer gamer energy. This looks like pre-workout, and they want if I like it, they want me to advertise it, and they gave me a donate or a link like to send people to and shit. So I'm gonna wait till I get it and try it. So
hey man,
see how it works.
I want some more.
I'm gonna try it. If it's good, it's good. I don't really care for coffee.
Healthy. Oh,
And
it's coffee.
It doesn't have sugar in it like a Red Bull and shit.
Okay.
And I think they said that if you got a comparable amount of Red Bull and it for a year, I don't know how much they're saying, like a can a day or something.
The Red Bull
like
would kill you in 3
$2,000
months
or some shit.
The Red Bull would kill you in 3 months, whereas you might
That's
make it an entire year.
That's it.
Coronavirus and what the effect would be within some aspect of the administration of government if some head of NSA or some agency, they're monitoring where officials are at any given moment traveling across the country and what could be the meaning of. They're constantly reviewing every movement, every action,
Travis.
every statement.
I'm pretty sure Juan O'Savin has not been to any of those places.
Yeah, never.
High-end business people, etc., so that they can read the tea leaves and try to anticipate the next move, because it's not just information, but how quickly you get certain types of information that is critical in intelligence operations and intergovernmental actions, etc. So when the president of the United States,
I'll bet he could save you more than 15% on your car insurance, though.
Oh, well, now you're talking about, that's actually Scott's dad, the general.
Oh, wait, no, that's the best insurance rate online. Get the insurance rate done. That one.
That's it.
When he's carrying,
and they have really developed that
bag.
little general character into something totally creepy and weird instead of something appealing that would want you to buy their insurance.
Oh yeah,
Shaq and the little general. Good for you.
It's
Who
went
did
way
that?
off. Have you seen that old video of Scott we watched the other day where he's like, "Hey General, you got anything you want to say to the troops?" Like he used to play the general shit up big time, and now that people started making fun of him, he's like, "That's just a nickname I call him." But he
actually thinks he's a general now.
He used to start the show back in the day. He calls it a nickname now. Back in the day, he told me when I was like, "What the fuck is that?" Oh, no one thinks he's a general. He used to say, "Hey General, we got you on the line. You got anything you want to say to the troops?" Then he'd hold the phone to his microphone, and his dad would always be like, "No, stay the course," or something stupid. But yeah, he wanted people to think that his dad was their general.
He'd be like, "I'll have extra pepperoni."
Someone come get me out of the bath. I'm done.
He doesn't sound like he's doing too great. I mean, I'm just, God bless him. He's his father. He served his service record and all that, being a general and all. But
at least.
But I think at this point he actually believes that he is the general.
Like he's getting on a Southwest flight and carrying his own umbrella around. They're looking at that for any sign of fragility, instability, some secret code thing. You might remember back during the Obama administration, Biden, at one time, he's carrying a file in the Oval Office, which has a label on it that's top secret. It's a specific type of label. And then he's holding his hands on the file in a very precise, angular fashion. It's very demonstrative what he's doing. And then the exact time that the meeting occurred, the exact other officials.
So they're saying that they can tell something from the way that he was carrying a file that was labeled top secret, that was clearly a photo op for the administration, or else there wouldn't have been photographers in the White House taking a picture of him carrying a top secret file.
That have been in the office. What was he doing? He was sending a coded message to his own cohorts that we've taken care of this problem. We've reviewed it here in the Oval Office. My other operatives who've communicated with you on this subject matter reached our office, and we've got a decision here that's going to favor you. That was a coded message done in the open that only the recipients.
Juan O'Savin is never very good with his plosives. He loves to blow into that mic.
Who knew the rest of the context would understand was what they wanted. It was an answer to their request. Things like that happen all the time. So when you have actions by the president where he's doing things that are just plain bizarre, for example, when Biden is walking out to the beast and he's going to get in it and go somewhere, and the door is closed, he's within a few steps of the door of the beast, and he's got to wait for somebody to come over and open it up and let him in. And the guy that shows up, he's wearing brown, worn out Walmart shoes.
Right.
Okay. Excuse me. That's not protocol. That's not the way this is done.
When you have to go to the footwear of someone who opened the door for someone else who you believe is not where they're saying because they're at a secret set in a different fucking country or a different state in a different place. Like, you all are reaching too far. Did you see his shoes? Did you see the wear marks? I'm pretty sure they sell those at Walmart. That can't be protocol. Come on. Jesus Christ. Scott's still running around claiming that Biden doesn't even have access to the Beast because he thinks the Beast is an armored SUV when it's actually the armored Cadillac. The limo is called the Beast. Every ex-president gets to keep their armored SUV.
And also, there are alleged reports that Joe Biden is waiting for the WHO to come to the White House and play a few songs for him.
That guy, you don't have the.
He thinks Fauci is Roger Daltrey, actually.
Tell him to start up the band. I need some music.
Behind blue eyes. Okay. There he
presentation. The whole world's watching. You're presenting a certain image, and the guy shows up, other times in blue jeans.
And also that leads me to believe, like, why would anybody, a security detail, let this man, as fragile as he is, go up the stairs and fall 3 times? That doesn't happen.
Wow.
Yeah. So what are you really watching? You're watching a show. And
is that show controlled by Trump, or is it controlled by the military? Who's it controlled by?
Oh, I think you can have all sorts of speculation.
I just dropped a swipe up on my Insta.
There you go. Check him out on Instagram.
It's not really being done so much for the benefit of the American people, but those that are astute can certainly read something bizarre is going on. Something is
Kamala's going to step in. That's probably code for, we're going to bring in Kamala.
Well, there's
everything's code to David
that go on that may be preparatory to.
The only way their narrative makes sense is if everything's code. Everything is literally code. Biden took a shit this morning. How much did it weigh? 17 ounces? Let's see it. Was it in the shape of a Q?
Do you think he is completely powerless to any kind of keyless door entry, like with like a code or anything? Like he's, like he just gets there and he just like starts to slap it and yell at it,
screaming, "Alpha!"
Yeah, Alpha!
I could see him yelling, "Open sesame, dude! I saw it in the cartoon. Shut up!"
It's like fucking Quest for Fire.
To get some certain impression across to get people set up mentally to accept this next phase, if you will, of some need to switch to somebody else being in charge, or whatever. And you've been programmed to, in a subliminal way, to accept the inevitable that Joe's unable to govern anymore, and so we had to bring in Kamala.
So if you want to look at Juan, there's a lot of people right now that are on pins and needles. They're watching their country in their minds slip away. Just it's gone. A lot of people have already given up. A lot of my audience are like, "Why are you still doing these interviews? It's over. It's done." I'm like, "No, it's not." When do you think the turning points? When do you think that this year? If I'm not saying to predict an exact date or anything like that. Give my audience something. They love when you come on and this and that. When do you think the turning point's going to happen in 2021? What should we be looking for? What should we be looking for this turning point where the worm turns?
You should be looking for anytime they're trying to make money, anytime they're on a tour, anytime they announce new sales, anytime they announce tickets or a book or a joint venture or any of that. You should be looking for that because they're on a quest for your wallet.
Tell me something, anything. Juan, can you actually
I'm going to cry.
Read your text? Did you read your text? Just make something up. What? Just make something.
We're back on the offense, or we're Trump's coming back. What should we be looking for? Mike Lindell says August. What are you thinking, Juan?
Well, let me back up again. I don't think I actually lost so far. I said a dual presidency. I didn't say that it was all over on April 1st. I think I won. The American people are recognizing that.
You said you've admitted that you lost your bets.
Well, Biden may be president
Welcher.
as far as the Congress.
I guess Dave, he made a bet with Dave.
Jesus Christ. He's going back on it for sure, ain't he?
Concerned at the highest level. These things that I just described to you from a security side, from a military security side, do not match that they have signed in and agreed to it at the highest levels. Doesn't mean that there's a lot where they have, but where it counts the most hasn't happened yet. You have some kind of a divided structure within the country at the highest levels in the way that the military is being deployed and operating. So is action happening behind the scenes? Yes, that's my point. You're asking, when's it going to be all over? You're asking the wrong question.
Whoa.
A dual.
Hey, how about Juan? Whoa, 7. What the fuck?
Oh,
He is. Did he just flip out?
you
Did he
better
just
be
lose his
1-0
shit?
saving David Nino Rodriguez's feelings because he's fragile at this
Man.
moment.
Damn, son.
Jesus.
He's coming in hot.
Presidency is occurring right now in front of your face. You're seeing the evidence of that.
Well, I don't want taxes to
And
go
while
up.
it's not been brought to a head, listen for a second. Hold on, Nino. Hold on. You got to hear this the right way.
Uh-oh.
There's a period of time for this contest that has to play through. It's not a date. A dual presidency, a dual presidency, a dual presidency. We have a dual presidency right now because a significant look, the majority of those people that voted in America voted for Trump.
Correct.
That's a fact. Get over
Juan
it.
O made you his
So
bitch,
those
Dave.
people that- hold on.
1-0 save the date.
Hold on, I want to build this out for a second.
Okay.
I apologize, but I
No,
don't
go for it,
want
go
people
for it.
confused on this.
The floor is yours. Go for
I
it.
don't want people confused on this. You're seeing events, and when you go, well, that doesn't make sense or whatever. No, it doesn't.
This is the same way he flipped out on that Eisenhower, Laura Eisenhower or whatever. The same way he starts
Boy,
screaming.
he's really turned his
Mhm.
approach.
Yeah. Hey, Juan. Use that quote that I like to steal from David Nino from time to time. Jesus said, "Turn the other cheek, not take it up the ass." Okay. Jesus said, "Turn the other cheek, not take it up the ass."
I think he had a tattoo of that.
Tramp stamp.
And all the other governments of the world, their intelligence people, their military intelligence people, their security people are all saying the same thing. Well, who's really in charge? There's coded messages going on back and forth. And it's showing that while we're not acknowledging Trump as president, he did step down. He left office. He's not doing a fight himself. Somebody inside the machine here.
Hey, Will,
is
can
not
I ask you a question real
recognizing
quick?
The capture of fraudulent
Coded,
vote.
wouldn't coded messages always be going back and forth technically, like forever, since intelligence actually started? I think messages going back and forth started with like some fucking pigeons. Actually, it was like even went a little further.
Coded pigeons. That's
Coded pigeons. Your pigeon codes.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen the gangsters using coded pigeons in the hood? Like seriously, they take and train pigeons to like do pigeon flipping is what they call it. Have you seen it?
Oh yeah, and my grandfather had pigeons, and a lot of people in the area had pigeons.
Oh yeah, I saw 'em. The only reason I saw it was like they were like telling the cops were coming. They'd send them up and make them flip over and fall out of the sky and shit, and it was like signaling the cops were coming to the block or whatever.
Oh wow, yeah.
Vote as valid.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
pigeons could do a lot, man.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty smart.
Yeah, and dogs can't fly, so.
Mao said, all power emanates from the barrel of a gun.
Attack pigeons.
Who has the biggest gun here? And what would be the precipitating moment? Now I'm trying to get to your question and answer it precisely. What would be the precipitating thing that would force all of this behind the scenes combat out into the open? I'm telling you, there's a war already going on right in plain sight.
Pantomime?
People aren't acknowledging it because it's not on the evening news. And you're not hearing it in Facebook or in Twitter or other places where you're shut down. But the reality is you're seeing a war for control of America right in front of your eyes right this second. And behind the scenes, every government on planet Earth is asking the same questions your audience is asking. When's this going to...
Whoa, whoa. He yelled so high. He yelled so hard, he disconnected his camera. I didn't know that was possible.
Is that possible?
Look at that.
Okay.
He shut down a cell phone, and he still got audio. Everybody in chat's fighting for some reason.
Huh?
Everybody in chat is fighting. Like I just looked up, and everybody's fighting. Everybody.
The camera went off.
Public forum.
Your camera went off. Okay.
All right. Sorry.
I'd like to look at
We need to see your feet, or we don't trust it's you. Could have swapped you out with somebody.
Those whose feet are those? Are those?
Yeah, what if we'd have come back and it'd been clown shoes or something?
Will switched out these legs for clown legs and stole them.
When's this going to erupt into a public forum?
Put him in the back of El
Everybody
Camino
sees it.
in the parking lot.
It's going to erupt because of some precipitating event. That's what I've said all along. My personal gut instinct is there's going to be some huge line in the sand moment where you can no longer have it happen behind the scenes. Is it going to be at the border on the south, handwriting on the wall situation?
It's going to go kinetic.
Is it going to be? Well, hold on. Some people don't understand what that terminology means. Is it going to be a Cuban Missile Crisis type thing? Something in the Strait of Hormuz? Is it going to be with Iran? Is it going to be something over in Taiwan? Is it going to be some other global event
Shut the fuck
where
up, Dave.
the military is forced to act in some way? It very well could be, based on our conversation just a few moments ago, where if something happens medically, physically with President Biden, I said the word president, dual presidency. Okay, dual presidency. Yes, the courts and the Congress recognize Biden. Dual presidency. If something happens with President Biden and Kamala has to step forward and become president, the question at that moment in time, again, is she technically qualified to be president as an American-born citizen? And that is the same issue we had back with Obama. They pulled it off with Obama. In fact, he's sitting here with Hugo this morning. The frauds involved in the whole Obama birth certificate, how he was a created person, his school history, which was created by Brennan.
Oh, God.
All the people who went to Columbia with him, supposedly, had the same major. Never saw him there. 4-year degree, and they never saw the guy.
He is an expert in everything that no one gives a fuck about.
That's
he is a sleeper, boy.
Tying shit together that has nothing to do with anything else. He's great at it.
Like Michael Medved, a radio show host. Had the same degree, graduated same year, never saw the guy. Impossible. He only had a couple dozen people with that major the whole time, and they never saw the guy. It was a created fraud history, just like his upbringing being brought up by grifters from CIA and FBI, because the parents and the grandparents are all part of those operations. And then you promote a guy into the presidency. This is a secret handshake club running America. So now we come back to our situation right now today, and you're going to have another person that's going to be thrown into the presidency by some kind of mischief with Kamala. At what point does the military technically have to act? Is there some precipitating moment? I think it has to be a global event of some sort.
So yeah, that's the question. When are they gonna fucking step in? When are they gonna say enough?
When there's a precipitating moment. Don't worry about it. Works. Worry about some series of events. The event that would trigger.
Not Kamala.
Would be one of several.
I'm getting some really shitty comments on my YouTube video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They're not great.
They're hilarious.
I get bad comments still today from that Scott video.
Can I just read one real quick? Just as a little side note, to take a break from him talking.
Yeah.
Okay. This guy is just leaving comment after comment. He said on Instagram that yesterday he blocked 40 people just because he didn't like their face. Stop following this asshole.
Wow. That
I mean,
sounds like a direct quote, though.
He's not wrong.
You told people.
He doesn't need to be fact checked. Well, look, I am having a situation where I have some kind of bot attack of a weaponized following against me. Also with a kid who I don't know if this kid is exactly like a fella or what's going on with this kid, but this kid was like, stalking me and going with the because he's with this, talking about this, working for this CJ chick who says she's saving the children from sex trafficking, and she doesn't have a PI license. And I mean, it's just like a whole thing. Here's the deal: is that you could watch some of these communities, and what better stories that are unfolding than right here? Fuck soap operas, fuck all that. Your Mexican soaps,
right.
It's like, people actually, doing things with their following that just be better people, man. Like, who gives
definitely weaponizing their followings against you, right?
You know what I mean? So, and I really don't care about how many people follow me on Instagram, but YouTube, shit, I care about that shit like a motherfucker, boy. I mean, there's some cheddar at the end of them there hills. Come on, play my videos. Look, it's different for us to be making our videos that we make and doing something creative by calling out people and then seeing people like this Juan O'Savin who fake name Boots. Oh yeah, trust him. No problem. Yeah, okay, fine. Trust what he says. Oh sure. And then you got the book that he wrote. Just a lot of ridiculous stuff. And I hope that people are seeing this on a larger scale. It seems that when we looked at some of those stats, that might be happening.
Right. Probably so. Hold on just a second. Liam, did you say he's coming or no? He's not coming at all. Okay, hold on just a second. We're gonna let Liam do his thing right quick.
yeah.
Ollie's not coming. I don't think we're gonna let Liam do
I'm
his
gonna
thing.
jump out for a second here. I want to jump out of the
You
stream.
good?
Hold on.
There you go. All right, Liam, you ready? Let me pull it up to where we can see it. Make sure it's right. Here you go.
And this is Liam with Game Train, and today we'll be talking about Risk of Rain 2, which, if you know what a roguelike is, which a roguelike is where you descend or go up like floors of levels, collect a bunch of tools and stuff, and it's mostly 2D. But what Risk of Rain 2 did was like, what if we add another dimension? So now there's 3D roguelikes, which is Risk of Rain 2. Risk of Rain 2 is like, you get to pick a bunch of characters. There's the astronaut, which doesn't really have any special stuff. And there's melee characters, there's archers, there's the engineer, who's a guy who places down turrets. And once you pick your character, you walk through, you get a bunch of items. There's blue items, which can give you a stat up, like, for example, your shot speed, but it could put your speed, like your walking speed, down. And there's a bunch of items. Like, there's one that makes you shoot lightning. There's one that makes you go faster. There's one with enemy reduction. Personally, my favorite one I've seen is probably brain stocks, which is a thing with the brain, and it has like little stuff going out of it. But whenever you do it, whenever you kill a elite, which is like a type, it isn't a boss, but it's like a more stronger enemy.
Okay, so there's different perks, there's different types of enemies. What else is in there?
Yeah, once you destroy an elite, though, you can spam all of your abilities, so you're just mashing the keys, seeing how much you can do. It looks cool, but that's the game. There isn't really any end. You just play for like 30 minutes until something one-shots you. A giant.
So it just goes until you die, right?
Yeah, like most roguelikes. I mean, some have endings.
Like zombies or something.
Yeah, they just have a bunch and end those. If you play with friends, it's a lot of fun. I've heard. It sounds like a lot of fun because you just all pick a different class and then you just fool around.
You can have all the abilities, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like someone could be the engineer and place down turrets. You can be a person with a shield.
Right.
And then you can heal. Yeah.
You want to read some comments?
Yeah, I think I'll read some comments. Okay. Let's see.
Well, I mean, there's a bunch there that you can read.
Okay.
They're all over the place.
Hi, Liam. Love the game trains. Thank you. You're welcome. Wow, you really know your stuff. Oh, thanks.
TY means thank you.
Oh. You're welcome. Sounds cool, Liam. I still play Pong.
Have you played Pong?
No, do you know?
2 paddles and 1 ball?
Yeah, I know. I've heard of it. I just played different versions of it. But have you heard of this thing? It's a Pong table that someone made and like yeah. No, it's a Pong table. It's like a table, but it has the original.
Yeah, it's ping pong.
No.
Yeah, it's table tennis.
No. Do you play PC or console? Console. I'm getting a PC for my birthday though, which is July 5th.
What's the next game you want to buy?
What's the next game I want to get? Once I get my Switch, I'll probably let's see.
He's grounded currently.
I'm thinking. What was it? Piku Niku. Yeah. And for my PC, I want to try to get Overwatch, the Master Chief Collection, and My Friend Pedro is probably what I'm going to get.
Okay, found one more comment.
Okay. Let's see. They had Pong tables when I was young, Liam. Dang.
Said Pong tables. That was a popular game back in the day.
No, they still have them at arcades. They're fun. I like doing them. Okay. That was Liam with Game Train, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.
I thought we were going with Meat Wagon. Meat Train. Sausage Caboose. No? Is that something different? I didn't know. Oh. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with Liam. Let me turn back on my noise gate, or else you're going to hear all kinds of weird shit as I swallow. And
Am I back in here?
yeah, you're back here. Mic's on now. I
Um,
saw you talking earlier.
I think that we got to get Liam his own channel.
Yeah, we're working on it.
I think he would crush it. I think
he wanted
would
one a
kill.
while back, but he got in trouble about the same time that I made him one, so we had to shut it down.
Oh, okay.
So he's working back up to it, but he's actually grounded till the end of the school year, so we got to wait on that.
He'll be like, "No, Dad. I mean, you know, you
We'll do
keep
it
having
summer."
me retweet your stuff. I know." He's
He-
like a superstar.
he stays hyper focused on stuff like that. I think he would do really good on like a review channel.
Hell
We'll
yeah,
see.
for video games, man.
Yeah, he loves it.
He knows a lot about video games. I'm sitting there like, look, I only play Apex because all the other games make me really dizzy. But I see a lot of friends that play some of the other games. Like when I'm on my PS4 menu, I could see, you could see when other people play in other games.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking, and one of them is Risk of Rain, and I used to think like, and then my friends would jump from Risk of Rain into Apex with me, and they'd be, look, what's this Risk of Rain? What is this umbrella? What is this stupid umbrella game you play?
Right.
But he taught me something about it right there.
Right. Yeah. There you go. Now we know.
Mhm.
Liam's 10 going on. Yeah, it'll be 11 in June. And he got grounded for some stuff with his schoolwork that we didn't know about for quite a while. So, even before he took his trip, he wouldn't have been allowed to take the trip to Florida. He did, but we didn't find out till afterwards.
Mischief with Kamala. At what point does the military technically have to act? Is there some precipitating moment? I think it has to be a global event of some sort.
So yeah, that's the question. When are they gonna fucking step in? When are they gonna say enough?
When there's a precipitating moment.
David.
There's a precipitating moment. Stop asking questions. You're going to get beat up, David.
My goodness.
He does not like you tonight. It's like my chat with everybody fighting. He has a switch. He's saying when he gets it back, he's grounded. Oh, I thought I was playing the video. I was
Worry
clicking on
about
the
a
screen.
date. Worry about some series of events.
Some
And the
Cuban
event that
Missile
would trigger.
Crisis?
The event that
He's waiting on the Cuban Missile Crisis.
would trigger
Not Kamala.
could be
Would it
one of
Kamala?
several. It could be any of a dozen.
So what's
You're looking for what's the specific event. I don't know what the specific event is, Nino. I'm telling you, there's going to be some
don't?
moment, some line in the sand, and beyond that, this private secret.
Where's the sentence where you make it seem like you're connected to the source? That's coming soon. It's in this little mix here. It's coming up.
That's right. So what he's saying is there's going to be some like giant event that looks like we're on the verge of war or on the verge of destruction or on the verge of this, or an asteroid's coming to destroy us all, or the dinosaurs are coming back, or something crazy. And then the military is going to slide in and be like, Trump's really in charge. And then they're just going to chuck deuces and leave.
Yeah. Ta-da.
Cuban Missile Crisis.
Mic drop. Bye.
Combat.
The big reveal.
It's going on right now. You can see the signs of it. You can see that it's clearly going on. You don't have to guess. When you see Marine One go out and hover over the lawn at the White House and it doesn't land, and supposedly the president got on, he got off, he didn't get on, he didn't get off, never landed. There's, it gets onto a jet, but it's not designated as Air Force One. He got on a Sopwith Camel from World War One. It would be Air Force One. Any aircraft he's riding on is Air Force One.
So
the
basically, we have to
Sopwith
pray for
Camel
you,
that he's making a fucking Snoopy reference? Is that what he's just doing right there?
I didn't even get it. Is that what it is?
Who says Sopwith Camel? Yeah, well, okay. The Sopwith Camel, right? It's a plane, but this is something that. Remember when Snoopy would put on his goggles on the top of his house with a scarf?
Again, he would fly it or whatever.
Yeah, he said it was the Sopwith Camel. Now, what I'm wondering is this. I'm sitting here holding my freaking remote for my PS4 and trying to get it to work on my computer. It's not doing it. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Yeah, he says Sopwith Camel. Okay, it was a British First World War. This was a British fighter plane. So he's talking about it would be a British. See, I knew there was something wrong with what he said because I knew it was a British fucking plane or German. I thought it was either German or British, but it is British. The Sopwith Camel single-seat biplane fighter aircraft that was introduced on the Western Front in 1917. However, this is a reference that Snoopy would use in the cartoon, right? He would say,
It's a biplane.
Snoopy World War I flying ace in his Sopwith Camel. Like that's the plane that he imagined that he was flying. Snoopy.
Right.
So he's made a reference to the fucking plane that Snoopy fucking flies because nobody talks about this plane.
That's a precipitating event.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Strange reference to use.
I look at another reference for it somewhere else other than it was a British plane that nobody has ever fucking heard of. Even you, a military guy, when I said it, it's only because of Snoopy. Yeah. It's not like I'm some aviation expert, okay? It's from fucking Snoopy, bro. I'm telling you.
What you don't understand is that's a coded message for Monkey Works to let him know to reveal the location of Air Force One.
Is Woodstock in the Sopwith Camel? Yes. Woodstock is in the Sopwith. Woodstock is in the Sopwith.
Code name.
You don't have to pray for anything. It's going to happen anyway. Just pray that we get the right outcome from the event.
That's ridiculous.
Don't pray for it. It's happening anyways. You don't have to pray for it. Just pray we get the right answers.
If you search Snoopy Sopwith Camel, you will find videos. You will find songs. You will find. Is this because the kid watched? Is his he likes Snoopy? Why Sopwith Camel?
Maybe he's the guy who drew the Peanuts.
Sorry, Charles Schultz.
Yeah, that's who he is.
He's actually Charles Schultz, the love child of Charles Schultz and Randy Quaid.
That's right.
I thought he was Randy Quaid, bro.
The only way this actually is going to get resolved, it's not about a revote. We already know what the outcome of the vote was. Right, we have that data. Okay,
so
this is not about.
That's not going to happen. Let's just dismiss
right.
that. Right,
and this is where I want to be sure because
wow, Nino is just like, hey, shut the fuck up about that shit.
Every time, I mean, that's the 6th time he's tried to interrupt, and he's just like, no, I don't want people to get lost.
I can't have people on my channel that are paying me to believe what you're saying. I mean, or not.
There is not a couple ways this can go. There's one way. You're not going to do a revote because you don't need to. We have the forensic data. It just hasn't been presented in the right forum, in the right way, and we won't get there because the Justice Department, you can't get to Justice Department. And Congress doesn't want to hear
55 world-class lawyers screaming it from the top of the highest mountain that they possibly could.
That's not the right form, dude.
No,
it's not the right form.
Captured operation. If you can't get the true people that won the vote in there, only the people that have been pushed in there through fraud. Doesn't matter. You're never going to win in those things. You're never going to get those back. The one place that we still have a shot, it's the one place we got a prayer, is at the highest levels in the military, and then it's take on these other corrupt areas of government. Yeah, so it's going to be a conflict. And it's going to be military, biggest gun. And it's going to be Gitmo. That's the only angle where this happens. There's no other angle. I just want to make sure I hear it from you, Nino, that you understand. I'm telling you, you can say anything.
Whoa. You either repeat after me or we're ending this interview. I need to make sure you've got the angle. I need to hear it from you. Jesus Christ. This is going to be Nino's 3rd loss in a row. He tried to make a return to boxing. That was 2. And here's his 3rd beat down.
Have a shot.
That is correct. Snoopy as the Red Baron
is at the highest levels in the military, and then it's take on these other corrupt areas of government. Yeah, so it's going to be a conflict. And it's going to be military, biggest gun, and it's going to be Gitmo. That's the only angle where this happens. There's no other angle. I just want to make sure I hear it from you, Nino, that you understand. I'm telling you, you can say anything that you want, but I want to be sure your audience hears what I'm saying precisely. I'm not saying there's a couple different ways this can go. I'm saying there's one way at this moment in time that this is going to get to resolution. It is going to be a military action. It's the only way it can happen at this point in time. You're not going to get to justice at the Justice Department. You're not going to get the vote cleaned up in time for a 2022 or 2024 election within the federal system. There's not enough momentum from the states and the governors where the fraud did occur to get this resolved in time. So the only action to defend the Constitution, which is the contract between the American people, which, by the way, the majority of the people that voted for Trump, including in the states that are.
By the way, you may really like Trump. You may have voted for him. You may want him to be president. You may want him to do everything. You may consider yourself a patriot. But if you're asking for against the will of the majority of people, against the will of our other government institutes, against the will of other nations, and against the will of what's been set in law and the Constitution for the military to stand up and take over, you need to stop calling yourself a patriot. You're gonna have to drop that and leave that somewhere else.
You gotta chill.
The Constitution is the ultimate law that governs how the military interacts. Last night they were saying, Scott was saying, was it Scott? It was somebody we were watching was saying, the president's only the president because the military lets him. No, that's not how it works. You can't support the Constitution and believe both those things. If the military only follows lawful orders and the highest law of the land is the Constitution says exactly how the military can work. Now you might be talking about a coup, but you've left the republic behind when you start talking about a coup.
You know, what a lot of people also, I think, have missed is that where so many people are deriving their conclusions from, and these conclusions for some people have become absolute, which is dangerous at best. But they are failing to see that there is this sort of overlying fear sales tactic that's happening.
Yeah.
You know, and this is how the grifters have kind of been working, you know, especially with this 107.
You personally,
this combo right here is very strong.
Do you personally think that if they would have stayed with if the left would have stayed with the Russia narrative and pushed it harder and harder and harder and harder to the point to where they wanted the military to step in and remove Trump from office and move that in, do you think that you would have been screaming, well, you know, Hillary is our president, like people in chat are doing right now?
Mm-hmm.
With Russia interference, like Hillary is our president, we're going to have to use the military to get him out of there. Would you have supported it too?
Right.
Or is it just because it's your guy?
You know, I really was not I'm not really a political person. I like Trump. I voted for Trump, but I'm very like, you know, if people want to call this the deep state in the seat of government or whatever, okay, great. Whoever this party is, whatever machine that they operate, sex trafficking or no, all right, they have the ability to do this with power. Mm-hmm. This is something that has been going for a long time. A lot of people have died for it very mysteriously. And lo and behold, people still trust that this is actually what you're being spoon-fed on the news is actually what's going on.
Right. Do you I think about this sometimes, Tony. You don't have to, of course you don't have to agree with me. Do you ever think that Trump was part of this narrative and they wanted you to feel like you had power for a little bit and snatch it away and then make it look like to half the country it was legal, half the country it was illegal, just to set this whole thing up?
I think that anybody with any level of intelligence needs to consider every possibility. So, what I think is that, you know, you have to look at the overall puppet show that we have seen decade after decade after decade in the United States regarding the fleecing of the overall general population of the United States and the world. It's not just Americans that get exploited. It's other countries that have precious metals to make our iPhones,
batteries.
Laptops, these kind of things, batteries. Yeah. I mean, you got to find aluminum, right? Where you look around the world and see where all the wars are.
Look where the lithium mines are at.
Yeah, you've got lithium, you've got aluminum, you've got all this other stuff going on, and people just don't, copper, you know, um, people don't understand what the nature of war really is. They just think it's about two countries that don't agree and just follow the money. It's always about money.
Right.
And these grifters know, does this Wano saving guy, he seems to talk like we are like the Cuban communists are coming tomorrow, like from like we're gonna have like the Bay of Pigs or something kind of situation.
Right.
That's not gonna happen. There's a different world, and he kind of has this relic sort of thinking, and I listened to him his thoughts and this word salad, like you said, and you could take pieces of it and snip it together in a completely different way, and you would have the same cohesion of thought. It's fragmented. It's somebody who is obviously panicking because this guy used to be super cool. He never raised his voice.
Yeah,
and now all of a sudden, dude is like
cucumber
popping off, and raising his voice at the big Nino. Now, who's higher up on the chain? Do you think these guys are the same and they're like jockeying for the same? Like, I think these guys are under Charlie, but I think Nino might be higher because I think Charlie likes Nino, and I don't think Charlie likes Wano Savin or Robert David Steele for that matter.
I think that Nino might be higher as broadcast because Juan doesn't have a channel and shit. But I think more of the community believes Juan, or at least wants to push Juan's narrative, whether they believe it or not. A lot of these stories start with Juan and go down from there. Which Charlie might be telling Juan what to say. Hell, I don't know, but they're definitely all in it together. Everybody who went to Las Vegas, except for like the underlings who just barely got an invitation or just showed up, the bigwigs that went to Las Vegas, they're all tied together. By the way, Sue, you better go find your granddaughter and ask her how to get off my page. I've given you 3 shots. Now I'm coming for you. I know you get lost and you're in the bottom of your purse digging for a butterscotch, but you need to find the X immediately.
In contention on the vote fraud.
Picking up somebody's gam over here.
Every one of them. So you're not going to get to it in time to save the republic. It's a violation of the contract with the American people. So if a policing action would be supervised and overseen from the very branches of government that are captured by the bad guys. So the only way that you're going to do this is not with a policing action, a internal policing action that Congress would supervise or the courts and Justice Department would supervise. They are captured operations. The only prayer that exists right now for the American people is at the highest levels of the military, with based on the military intel side.
Somebody in chat said, "Look, Nino's an alpha. He's always going to be at the top." And then someone put top of the meat hammer.
His mouth won't be on the meat hammer.
That's
what's happening because this was
he's working a claw with his hands.
I sent you that Q drop thing. I don't know if you have it already.
I'll grab it.
Vote fraud. It was orchestrated from outside the United States with collaboration by traders within the country. But this was a global operation with NATO partners involved to steal the vote in America. A digital Pearl Harbor 9/11, as lethal as a nuclear bomb to shut down America, to deindustrialize America, to steal the wealth of America, spread it out to their globalist partners around the world, and to stop the threat of America from their globalist operations. They could not afford to have Trump in office, not deploying the military, not spending the money all over the place, not doing their green stuff. They had to have Trump out of the picture. It was a militarized digital attack on America. And the only
He'd
way
be a great Little League coach, except he's probably not allowed to coach a Little League team.
Not allowed within a couple 100 yards of a Little League team. See, Carolyn.
He cannot go near any parks or recreation centers. He's not allowed near any playgrounds or baseball diamonds, softball diamonds, football, soccer, badminton, frickin' volleyball. He's not allowed near any of the sports.
That's right.
Police not with blue uniforms, not with Justice Department and Congress, because they have already shown that they will not defend the contract between the American people and the government, part of which is free speech and a fair vote, a free vote, a real vote, a legal vote. They have shown that they will not protect that contract from this globalist attack. It's a militarized operation against America. The only hope that we have is a militarized response in which a posse comitatus type of a scenario. Yes, we're under attack and it's inside the wall. We have to respond to that in a military context.
And
we got zips in the wire.
You've talked about this before when you said, I talked to General McEnroe, I talked to a lot of other people. There is a intense, serious firewall that is not penetratable, right? I mean, that firewall is
David Nino has been working on trying to say impenetrable for 3 weeks. He has to go to non-penetratable. Not you can't penetrate. He even slowed down earlier in one of his videos. I said, let me think about this word for a minute. And he goes, impregnable. Like he went completely opposite. He just gave up. Impenetrable.
What if he just started to say a word and then just fell backwards in his fucking chair, like fell off completely, just boom. Oh, words.
Like those people who are going to get arrested and shit, and they fake like they fainted or passed out. Have you seen those videos of like women doing it? Like, oh my god, my heart, and they just fall over, and the cop's like, okay, ma'am, we're gonna have to go, and he's like, I can't think of the word.
Get up, ma'am. Just get up. Well, look at that big fat black microphone.
Maybe a dozen people that are inside this firewall that know what's going on, and the rest. And when we have people like Sheriff Mack or General McInerney or other people,
is his head really small?
They're not going to know what's going on in that firewall, right?
Gigantic.
Because of the fact that you have a breach inside the walls of in the fort here, there's areas that have been taken. There's areas that we're not going to give them. So you fall back to a defensible line.
Valley Forge. Back to old Valley Forge.
Various players were there present with President Trump in the Oval Office, in the White House,
feet bleeding,
reviewing options. And they had very valid things that the president could do. The other side of the coin is if the Congress and the courts are captured operations, if they're compromised, and you know that, and you know that you're not going to get to justice inside the Justice Department, that those players are compromised, honeypotted, blackmailed, a dozen different things, to where they're not going to give you a honest vote, opinion side. If you're president, you're aware of that, and you're aware that those efforts ultimately are with people that are compromised. Why would you not take that action? Because it's a loser's thing, and you have to let this come to a head. You have to let it develop a certain way, and you do have options, but that defensible line is not the line where you're at that moment in time. If you're falling back to a defensible line and yielding ground, that is a tactic that is used. We have a dual presidency in effect. Now,
the firewalls he's referring to this is an imaginary security line, just for chat. There's an imaginary security line that he's talking about, that he's saying behind the firewall, and the firewall is where the intelligence is. Okay, the intel is behind the firewall. Juan 07 is behind the firewall of the intel. All right, so he's over the target. He can't even think of having a channel, because if he thinks of having a channel, he's going to have some kind of paralytic EMP drone attack done to his nutsack. It's going to blow it up in the middle of the night while he's driving his rig.
His rig is a Jaguar.
For the decision-making purposes at this exact moment in time, may not technically be Trump versus Biden, but functionally, somebody's operating at a role that is like a president. And then at some point in time, the military will be forced, I believe, to recognize that the vote went for Trump.
Is that I believe their way out? Determined. Is I believe their sort of that isn't that their escape hatch? That phrase,
yeah,
I believe,
when they throw that on there. Yeah. And they also use after the fact, they'll use a lot of times the God out. Well, it's a God's time, not mine. You can't blame me.
And in fact, without it being public, a entree to the president has been made.
I didn't mean April of this year.
That provides that for the purposes of the way the military is operating, they recognize a Trump victory and a Trump presidency. The formal
Trump was accidentally using the quantum calendar. It's actually 4 years behind.
Presentation of that information.
Oh, it's not the
in
Delta
the form
one?
of a public inauguration. May not have occurred, may not occur for some time. But I believe as history plays out, we will learn that the military has already, at these highest levels, acknowledged a Trump victory and recognized a Trump administrator for the purposes of carrying forward this internal behind-the-scenes war to recapture the control of the country and to retake the helm in the ship. They may not have given up the bowels of the ship in the engine room. On my boat, I have all sorts of controls up in the pilot house. But I gotta go down.
That doesn't sound like a guy who's on a boat every day. Couldn't even remember that what to call the pilot house. Up in the my boat. I'm a big boater. I'm up in the what's the tippy top with the wheel called?
I mean,
below decks.
personally, I would go with bridge before I'd go with fucking pilot house. Pilot house is like a fucking what's that fucking Alaskan fucking fishing show? That's where you got a pilot house.
Oh yeah,
something like that.
All the way the other end of the thing to walk in.
How big is his boat?
And if somebody's got the door locked there, that's a heavy door. It's
when are we going fishing on?
He doesn't have a boat.
We use a little boat for that.
Well, let's go. We should go to Hawaii.
Close. Yeah, we'll go fishing.
What's the big boat do?
Talks like he has like yachts and freaking planes, and like he thinks he is literally James Bond.
If you had the kind of money that he's pretending to have, you would have a ship captain. You wouldn't be up there worrying about setting your course and buffering and going around the buoys and whatever the fuck you just said.
Yeah, the little boat. Although actually we do some off the back of the boat. Yeah, we did.
Let's go to Hawaii with Jim because I think Jim's going to buy a house in Hawaii. At least that's what he told me, or he's looking to. So let's get out to Hawaii with
Jim Caviezel's buying a house in Hawaii.
Jim Caviezel and go fishing.
Well, we just ran a boat over there.
That will never fucking happen.
Reefs over there or something.
I will cut. Let me just make this bet right here. If all of them end up on a fishing trip with Jim Caviezel, I will take a fucking pair of bolt cutters and I will cut off one of my fucking toes right here live on Cold Beer Confessional.
Oh no. Oh no.
All right.
I have friends that have done that sale, and it's
the wages have been set.
Going back to Vegas anytime soon?
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll try to get up there and meet you. Let's do you have any parting words for my audience at all? So it has to be an event. The event has to happen, and it's strictly military. All this other stuff is horseshit, I guess. I mean, everything else not horseshit, but I mean,
well, I don't want to
Wicked fucking Tuna is a great show.
He told them that the counts don't matter, the courts in Arizona don't matter, the recounts, the evidence, the court system, the senators, none of it matters. It's got to be a giant military event on the scale of the Cuban Missile Crisis that'll be the precipice for the takeover.
Wouldn't you think that if anything, that the psyop would be to get people to become disinterested in voting altogether? That's what this is really starting to smell like to me lately.
I think that I've thought that for a long time.
Yeah.
Not only are they pulling you in, they're making you abandon your family, your support group. They're going to show you all that you've been fooled for fucking 5 years. They also got you to ignore what's been going on for the last 4 months to maybe 2 years or however long this lasts, and pretend it's a movie and not care about gun legislation, not care about immigration. It's a movie. Don't worry, when Trump gets here, he'll fix it. It's a movie. Don't worry, he'll fix it. It's a movie. They've gotten you to ignore all the shit they're doing now, and you won't want to vote in the next one.
So these fanatic loyalists to a lot of these things, I mean, I'm wondering, are we witnessing a multi-leader cult?
Maybe.
Verbiage. I personally believe that it's going to come to a head with some type of a precipitating event that forces the hand, and that is in fact the intent.
It's a pyramid cult under Charlie.
The military side, they need, for the purposes of optics, some precipitating event that forces them to step forward and exercise control that they really are already exercising behind the
Let me ask
scenes.
you one last question.
But it doesn't mean, hold on, but it doesn't mean that it has to be that way.
Right.
It could be some softer
But
thing.
but
I think it is going to be a big event. I think that there's going to be, the whole world's eyes will be on this moment as this flip happens, and that it will be
He does not know when to show him.
kind of a Cuban Missile Crisis.
I
type
thought
of-
I'd take a piece of one of my longer toes in the middle and make it like, oh, well, I cut off my toe, because who's going to, after you do just a piece of the toe, who's going to ask you to cut off the whole thing? You know what I'm saying? So I'm
There you
good.
go.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That's a good way to do it.
Wouldn't they know this?
I'll keep my
and
balance.
Postpone or delay or try not to get to that quote unquote event. Wouldn't they know, like, okay, that's what they're looking for? So let's.
We could clone some real legs for Will off my toe.
No, because I think that
There you go. Send it into the clone place.
There you go.
I think that they also see that they need an event to force the hand of those people in the military.
In Taiwan, aren't they? Isn't that what's happening?
They want to force an event that forces this crowd to relinquish their last control and turn over the keys to the kingdom. Finally, to be, essentially, technically, that forced into a corner to, open up, Cheyenne.
So both sides want this.
I got to be
Both
honest.
sides.
For a guy who knows cowboy boots personally, and I think you might agree with me, those don't look like nothing special.
I don't really do cowboy boots, but I know, like, in school, like, a lot of people had, like, ostrich and, like, Tony Yamas and shit like that. Like, they had really nice cowboy boots, and they look nicer than that.
Yeah, these look
can't
like
do-
Walmart boots.
My feet are really wide. I can't do anything pointy toe. Like, I got to have square toe or something. I can't do that shit.
Want it. Yes. And so, of course, then the question is the part that I've said several times, and I think still is relevant.
You're starting a GoFundMe page for his future toe replacement, and I'm sitting here all legless on stumps, and you're going to do his future toe replacement when he future loses his toes.
I'm giving the DNA for cloning, and I just need like a small piece. It's not like I need a lot.
okay.
Like you need two fucking whole legs, bro. We're gonna have to split this. First of all, the sample's got to be split because we got two legs. We got
two legs.
We got to let the legs form in the fucking printer, in the hard printer,
The VAT.
the 3D printer, 5D, because we want to give you quantum legs.
Okay. I'm just saying, shit rolls downhill, and I'm at the bottom of the hill just rolling back and forth because I can't make it up. So
it's a hand of God moment. The other side, the bad guys, may think that this is all going to work to their advantage, and they're going to get the holy utensils and get to, drink their elixirs from it and piss in them and everything else. At the moment that they think that they've got all the control because they forced the hand of the white hats over at the Pentagon, well, not necessarily the Pentagon, but in these positions to relinquish control, that in fact it's a flip, it's a reversal, it's an Esther moment. At the moment when they thought they had it all figured out, had forced the hand, everything else, it was actually a trap.
Oh my God, the Esther moment,
the
biblical Esther moment that he talked about with Roseanne. Did you see the interview with him and Roseanne?
I saw like a super cut of it. That was like the best parts. I didn't watch the whole thing.
When you watch Roseanne, I'm just asking you a quick question. Do you want to hit yourself in the face with a brick like I do?
A lot of times, yeah. When I watched her on Joe Rogan, difficult. I felt like I was in literal pain. When she did Joe Rogan and she looked like she was all hopped up on dope and she was screaming about the deep state and the Khazarians, and I was in literal pain.
Talked about the Khazarians too?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she thinks the Jews are in charge.
In Canyon, and now they're totally encircled and no way out, and fire at will. We can take them all down, and that is part of the plan. Is it scary? Yeah. If you're not scared, you don't understand what's at stake. This is for the fate of the planet.
They used to say that in boxing: a good fighter is a scared fighter. And if you're not scared, you're insane.
Okay, well then, and I was with one of the other guys the other day, very well known boxer. I don't know. I want to say it this second. And we were having these conversations, of course, knows you and like that. And he was saying the same thing. If you're not fighting scared, then you're not really understanding. Even if you're the better fighter, a guy can get in a lucky punch. If you're not on your freaking game every last second.
I fought Muay Thai for years and competed. That's ridiculous.
There's always the unknown. That's
the scared fighter.
Fuck that shit. You want to become scared in the ring with me? I'm going to smell. I'm going to beat the fuck out of you.
There you go.
why
Elbows.
This
and
is
shins.
Also a God moment, because if they're not dialing a divine intervention into the equation, which they can't, something completely unexpected, just like in Babylon. Here they have the big event. All of the people are present for it. It's a big party, etc. And out of nowhere, the hand of God writes on the wall. Well, how could any military strategist, how could any political strategist, how could any business financial strategist have calculated and anticipated not just a act of God, but the hand of God himself, the precise thing that happened? There's some precise thing that I think in generations to come, we will look back on as a hand of God moment that's going to occur within this context. That's the part that nobody else is really dialing in. It's the part that even in my dream, where I talk about this even in my book, it took place in a church. It was a captured church.
Wow, he's just throwing in those low-key negs like
God
left and
showed
right
up
to
in a
people.
way.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the thing that you don't know because you're stupid. Okay, so let me just knock you down a peg or two with this bullshit, and then let's just keep on trucking, and then we're going to talk about God, and then I'm going to disarm your disbelief in seconds with God's in control. Oh, forget about that one.
He's also said, I wrote about this in my book 5 times so far. I've been keeping a tally sheet.
That you could never have anticipated it an instant before it happened.
You told me about that.
Okay?
I won't say it, but you did tell me that. You told me that in Vegas.
Yeah. So what it is?
Go back
It's
on
a
that. What Dave was just doing. Did you see that? Did you see that?
The movement he was making and where he was looking.
Yeah, the rubbing his palms on the. What his palms are itchy? Palms are itchy from the no-nos.
Back
sweaty at least
as a hand of God moment that's going to occur within this context.
And no-nos.
That's the part that nobody else is really dialing in. It's the part that even in my dream, where I talk about this even in my book, it took place in a church. It was a captured church. It was somebody else's thing, but it was still God showed up in a way that you could never have anticipated it an instant before it happened.
You told me about that. I won't say it, but you did tell me that. You told me that in Vegas.
Yeah. So what it is, I don't know.
Wow.
It's a hand of God moment. I think something.
Maybe he's on a fitness rower.
It's coming. In retrospect, down the road, we'll see it as God intervening in the affairs of men.
It looks
on
like
behalf
the
of his
itchy.
people.
It looks like the itchy itchies to me, my man. That's all I gotta say.
They can say.
And there's only one thing that
want.
does that, and that's in the family that rhymes with Spicadin.
Oh yeah.
Or Sporco.
It starts with an O and ends with an OxyContin.
About that crowd. It's right there in my movie, The Called, that I did with Jennifer Mack, that we released at midnight on the 7th of January.
A couple of minutes left, and I'm going to check out on the riots. They're apparently burning down
movie, The Called, shows
Minnesota.
the crowd that was there. That was a prayer.
What's going on there?
Crowd.
People are putting it in. You got a live feed?
Yeah, I got one. I've been monitoring it. Apparently, they pulled over a kid with some warrants, or a young person with some warrants, and ended up in a shooting and shot him. Plus, the trial's going on already. So we'll check it out in just a second.
That was.
Hey guys, ready for this news story to go viral? Okay,
crowd that showed
20
up
million views.
They can try to malign
30
us
minutes
any way
or less.
they want.
Watch.
You'll never change the fact that from God's viewpoint, He saw who showed up. God will not be mocked. God's people showed up, prayed for help, prayed for divine assistance, prayed for divine intervention. Were there
Don't hook your grift on religion,
to
man.
be seen and counted by Congress, and Congress went away against the will of the American people, and by the way, against the will of God. Do you think God's not going to show up? I guarantee you that crowd got God's attention. There's a hand of God moment coming. I don't know what it is, and neither does anybody else. God reserves the right to surprise us all and have some fun and confound and confuse those demons, those
If there are
Satanists,
Christians
those
in here, if there are
masters
people
of
who are
darkness
Christians that listen
have
to
got
this,
the reign.
please do not be fooled by this. This is the charlatan snake oil. We have the Pratt in the audience to buy the snake oil, so everybody thinks it's something good to get the thing going, and then we keep selling the snake oil, whether it kills you, whether it disables you, whether it makes you leave your family, lose your money. I mean, you see it? Do you guys see the fucking slap and tickle?
I think it's disgusting to say that an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-divine God is, he only likes my candidate, not that one. How do you know? I mean, there's so much rhetoric tied to both of them. You've heard all the negative stuff about Trump. You've all heard all the negative stuff about Biden. To say like, oh, God anointed this man to come do this. How would you speak for God like that? Holy shit.
People are not prepared for Trump to be even possibly a bad guy. You know what I mean?
Right. And if God knows all, maybe he did the Biden thing for a reason, but you're going to come and be like, oh, no, God would never let this happen. Not to my country.
Why didn't he pardon Assange?
They will not
my fucking question.
overcome the will of God.
Mm-hmm.
Watch and see. We'll find out if I'm right.
Amen.
I'm very comfortable that we're on the right path here, Nino.
All right, Juan. I'm going to tell you what. It's always beautiful and interesting talking to you. You're just a wealth of information, man, and you answered everybody's questions. I can guarantee you that. I just, I can't wait for it to. It can't come soon enough, Juan. So we wait, nail biting. We just sitting on the edge of our seats, nail biting, Juan. Well, this all just plays out, and I can't thank you enough, Juan, for coming on my program, Nino'sCorner.tv, giving us your time. I know you're a busy, man. You're always staying up in the up in the skies, man, at the skyscrapers. Love it. So, Juan, thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Everyone can see The Called. It's on the internet, right? The Called.
Yeah, they called the place that's best on is over at Rumble. And by the
I
way,
mean, how hard is it
we had to pull
when
it down,
you
put it
write
back up for a technical reason. So it had like 300,000 views at Rumble. I think it's down showing like 50 or 60,000 now, but that's not the full number before it was pulled.
I'm in danger. I'm in danger. I need to hide. All of us need to hide because we're in danger. Meanwhile, I'm going to show you exactly what the fuck hotel room I'm in. Now you could tell how many floors we're up. Maybe not before so much.
They all did it when they went to Vegas. They all did it in their Telegram groups, and they're open to the public. You just got to create an account. You don't even have to have an account. You can just view it. You just can't join unless you create an account.
You know, if they had half a fucking brain, you know what you do? You don't announce it. You go do it, and then you show it after and go, look what we did, low key, so none of you knew it. You're so dumb.
Yeah,
you fucking
but they
idiots.
needed to build up. They needed to build up donations to get there.
Each of you fucking idiots, give me 10 grand each of your money, okay? And I will help you, okay? Just so you know. I don't know who you're listening to. You fucking marketing. Let me and Will take care of you. Give us each. We'll split it, okay? Everybody gives 10. He and I split it even Steven. He gets 3, I get 7, all right? So that's how that works. No, I'm kidding.
Let me tell you,
money evenly. But I want gold, okay? I don't want fucking money. I want gold from Charlie.
If you're paying money to someone that tells you what you want to hear, and if they say something you don't like, you stop sending money or you leave their channel, of course they're going to keep telling you what you want to hear no matter what the fucking truth is. Yeah, idiots.
Month or so
and
ago.
Here's another thing that people don't understand. When people are like, well, why do people support them? If you're going to the YouTubes that they are posting and watching them, you're supporting them. Yeah. You are helping them make a lot of fucking money, and you need to stop going and looking and being curious about what they say. Okay. It's not going to be pretty. And besides, Will and I, what we do is we go and we burn it off and then we watch it so they don't even get a view.
That's right.
Okay. So use your fucking brains. Watch it through us.
Mention
we will show you.
The 100 people that are here watching tonight will not have to go watch it now. You know what I'm saying? Like I took one view and made it 100 views and took 99 of them away.
And then
there's so many advantages to this because also the people that are even halfway under the spell that can see some sensible commentary, you know, when you watch either one of us do this stuff, you know, just so that you're not caught up in it. You got to catch yourself, you know.
For sure.
Been seen about 2 million times.
And then your book, The Kid by the Side of the Road.
Yeah. And by the way, I think I think we're all out of the first editions. If there's a few left, there's
Stronger
a
as a group, you know.
I had put in to cut that off here, so we had some in the background. And the second edition won't be printed for about 10 more days, and then it will.
And where can they
be
get
going out? And the second edition, by the way, is going to be different. Very
Whoa,
cool.
look at Dave with the promo move.
Instead of first edition, it's going to be. You're going to be just astonished. I have a feeling
It surprised me the most out of this whole fucking thing.
And just look for Kid by the Side of the Road at Gumroad.
It's the
Kid by somebody else's book. See, there's a book that you could have mentioned earlier, buddy. 107 by the Side of the Road.
I won't keep you any much longer. I won't keep you anymore. So thank you so much. I love you, man. And I'll be seeing you in Vegas.
Wow,
hey, for sure. And you can see the clouds have lifted. I'm going to put the top down on the hot rod, and I'll be talking about it maybe next week or the week after. But I'm going to meet a very good friend.
The hot rod.
Spend some time with them, and may or may not get a chance to talk about it. But
the hot rig. He's got an Aston Martin that's like got a hard top. I think like a foldable hard top.
I have a hard time believing that is his car. That's
probably not. He calls it the hot rig.
And the Jag, and then what? He's in a hot rod in Chicago. You just have a hot rod in Chicago. Is that what you're saying, bud? You mean like fucking Happy Days? Like one of those hot rods? Like American Graffiti? Is that what we're talking about here?
I wish he would have fucked up and got a hotel room in Minneapolis.
Anxious to go check on him, make sure he's okay, and
in the hot rig.
Hopefully, I get a chance to talk about that here in the near future. So
you got that.
There you go, bro.
About a week or so.
Yeah. So I'll talk about it at some point. Sooner.
It says total chaos at the Brooklyn Center. Walmart has fallen, as well as Little Caesars.
Wow.
Or later, but somebody that'll be excited to know their fate and situation, and check up on them, make sure
that's where I would loot first.
Is that too soon? I'd go right for the dough. I'd make my own fucking calzones for months.
Nah, that was the end of the video. That was the one-on-one review of David Gino Rodriguez's submission for tonight's show, all covered under fair use. Let's see what's going on in Minneapolis. I might have to readjust the size of the shit here, but let me get it. Over here.
Where are the Froggy Boys? Just curious.
I'm not sure.
One's in Tennessee, no, that's Brad. Oh, look with their anonymous masks.
I thought you meant on today. No, they are. One's in Newport News, and the other one's in North Carolina.
Virginia. Oh God, that's not a great area at all. Newport News is not nice.
No, it's not great. The other one is
right
in
near Langley. It's right near Langley.
What's the place?
And Norfolk. You're kind of close to Norfolk there, I guess. I mean,
get some audio. Hold on.
My battery's
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna do this for a minute because I'm gonna piss and they can see it better. I'm gonna make it full screen right quick, Tony. Neither one of us are on the screen right now. They can still hear you though.
Farron's gonna jump on it.
There's a triple chaser they shot. Triple chaser CS. Hey, you alright? You got shot, right? Yeah.
No.
Right here?
Probably.
Did it hit your protective stuff? Oh, nice.
You alright? It bounced off.
Yeah.
Alright.
Sorry, guys. I didn't want to reveal my legs too early.
Oh, sure.
So yeah, we're joined by the journalist who just got shot. You can
Can't keep grifting if you guys know I got legs.
What was it like? You were just standing there and then you got shot.
Hey Tony, weren't you saying that you were wanting to make an announcement?
It just bounced off me.
What?
About how you were grateful that someone showed you that cleaning lady video, so you could take credit for finding it and finally get your channel to pop off a little bit.
I
don't think so.
Oh, that's yeah,
I
it's
feel like it.
clickbait.
Yeah, there was nobody really next to us.
It's all about the
That I saw.
clickbait,
Did
man.
you see anybody next to us
Got
besides
to
you?
draw
and
them in. They're like, what? Oh, this.
What's that?
This.
Apparently,
This
Clickbait.
isn't it anyway,
is,
because M said
very
it.
big threat to them. So either that or they can't fucking aim. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
This is horrifying. Oh my god. Oh
It
man.
looks rough, don't it?
You know what? Why don't y'all just go home, man? They don't want to be there. They don't want to beat your ass, but they got the stuff for it.
So I guess the biggest thing that I don't understand about it is like, I mean, what at this point you may be mad at one cop, you may be mad at a situation with the cop, but at this point right here, the cops can't just leave and let you have a neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know they've got to stay here and do their job, and you know if you push them that they're going to have to push back. They can't let you just have a neighborhood full of kids and families and stores and shit. Like, I would be mad if they gave up my neighborhood.
And now we're outside of the police station in Brooklyn Center.
Ooh, somebody's doing their rap album. Yeah. We might get a new intro song. The mother told the crowd the protest is taking away from her son and his memory to stop.
Yeah, answer the question. They're not parody. There's a lot of things that I study and research.
Tony, can you see this?
Make videos, no. Can you see this? Because I'm writing it in invisible chat. Just rub your screen with lemon juice.
Tell you what.
Ooh.
Oh shit, you good? What the fuck?
Ooh. Someone caught one in the hand.
What the fuck?
What they got?
Oh, shit.
Dude. Took a rubber bullet in the hand, it looked like, or a pepper ball one.
All right. Just don't rub your face, and good luck using that hand for the next couple days. That hurt.
I've taken a paintball to the hand, which is a lot like a pepper ball. It does hurt.
It hurts like motherfucker,
Okay,
especially if you take it to the little nervy part.
Or if there's looting.
Mm-hmm.
This is all I know what's happening. I already checked twice at the businesses over there.
Yeah.
And there
No,
wasn't
Alec
anything
Baldwin did
happening at
rant
those
about me for
businesses.
sure. I shook his
It's all
cage.
here.
My ultimate goal when I talk about people online is to get them to mention me. They think that mentioning me will make me stop or embarrassing me or something. Hell, you just make me want to go. Like when Brad's like, oh yeah, he cusses and his wife's the only one who comments on his page and they're always begging for money. All that makes me want to do is make 1,000 more videos and play into it.
Yeah, because you know what? To shake somebody's tree, you got something. There's no doubt about
That's
it.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah. When somebody that has a lot of recognition goes and takes that time, or they get rocked, you know you're saying something that is absolutely, you're over the target.
Oh, got him there.
Okay, that's not near here.
I actually connected Alec Baldwin
that's
to
not
Epstein
near here.
through
That's
Vanity
near the
Fair,
scene,
Valerie. It is not parody.
So they must have went away from the scene. They're looting the Little Caesars. They're looting the. Okay, so there is looting happening.
Little Scissors is being looted as we speak. Everybody's getting some Parmesan cheese for Christmas.
I do bloodline seminars and everything, Valerie. Illuminati, papal, all kinds of crazy stuff that people don't look at. A lot of history. I like history and science. I like Nazis and aliens. Long walks on the beach. And
Oh, I do drink it until I pass out on streams. A lot of history in those streams. It's just me passing out day in and day out. Oh.
well, it's better than chugging a bunch of NyQuil trying to fuck the dog. But anyway,
That's it.
ladies and gentlemen, I'll be here all week. Try the veal.
Tell me about it.
Allegedly, it's parody. This is Comedy Hour again.
Panty time.
Yeah. You definitely know that you are a little bit hardened in what you've been seeing when this isn't absolutely terrifying, but it's a gallows humor that kind of protects you, I think, you know?
Ooh, they smoking that dude that's squatting right in the face.
Oh, God.
They got to get out of there. They can't stand that.
You better move.
He caught that shit with his crotch.
Yeah, that is not just smoke.
If you're going to buy a Little Caesars pizza, you have to ask for what they call crazy crust, which is the stuff they put on their breadsticks on the crust, but ask for it all over the pizza. It's melted butter, garlic, and Parmesan cheese, and it's like from their breadsticks, but they put it all over the pizza, and it makes it tolerable.
Well, the irony is that you also take that crust, and if you put it just right below your eyeballs in this CN gas, you're going to be okay.
They're shooting. They're lobbing.
That's right. The Parmesan and the garlic counteract the CS gas and just neutralize it.
It really does.
I heard that from a lawyer in prison. I got a lot of good tips from him. Did you know if you strike your wife with an open hand, you will not go to prison?
In Peru?
That's not true. Don't hit your wife.
Tell you what, this gas mask was
He also told me it's not rape if you yell surprise first. It's just surprise sex.
We're good.
And that'll keep you out of prison as well.
What the?
Oh, it's getting good, brother.
Oh, look, this guy's doing this for his Snapchat right here.
Doing it for the gram.
Snapchat right there, yeah.
He should have been wearing the meat hammer glasses. People would have paid him attention.
Well, you know, that's actually Juan saving.
Oh. At least they didn't spend $3 billion repairing Minneapolis. And then they're back to tear it down again.
I mean, Valerie. All right, I'll say it one more time. I am answering your question. I am not joking. These are not parody. If they were parody, why would Alec frickin' Baldwin come after me when I had 500 followers and I made this video?
Small brain thinking.
Come on.
Come on now.
Ooh.
This has nothing to do with Chauvin's trial. Let's not compare up. Let's not do that now.
Jesus, dude. I used to do a lot of protest coverage. I just got so fucking sick of seeing cities being burnt down and innocent people being bricked that we quit covering it for a long time. Like, I used to have all the individual feeds and overlays for it, and I had hotkeys to switch to each camera angle. Like, it was crazy. But we ain't done it in forever.
Oh, shit, you good? You good? Oh, shit, hey, you right?
This is Black Hawk Down, the movie. There's a helicopter in there somewhere. No, this is Minneapolis. Dan.
This is Mogadishu.
Dan the man. Mogadishu.
Nuts, look like.
This is Ouagadougou.
Brother Dave.
Y'all know Ouagadougou? What y'all know about Ouagadougou?
Yeah, that's true. He said don't get this twisted and mixed up with the Derek Chauvin case. That's a whole nother knot to burn.
Another day on Mercado Media.
This is about the kid that got the warrant served in the car.
What? This isn't about the Chauvin case?
Well, I mean, there was already built up there. This is about a kid that got shot, is what Chad was saying. They pulled over a car. He had a warrant, ended up in a shooting. But the guy was making an excuse saying, hey, we're not wasting our Derek Chauvin protesting now. This is something else. We still get to do that too later. When we get it doesn't matter any verdict.
They just love it.
They're hooked, dude. I'm telling you, when we went to war, I know that I got hooked on it. I know that I come back and wanted the adrenaline. I mean, I looked for it in other places like drugs and skydiving and robbing random people. But Yeah, I know I got hooked to war, and that's what they're in, is a little fucking insurgency.
Yeah, babe, I'm just gonna go grab, a pack of smokes or something, maybe a couple drinks at the liquor store. I'll be right back.
I ain't paying for shit.
I ain't paying for shit. Get on that motherfucking floor.
What did David Nino said? Oh, the white man is a bad dude, but do I live in a neighborhood? What did he say? Bad doobly doody.
How'd I do that day? Like an old chitlin. He was just like singing like, old Negro spiritual.
Wade in the water.
Old man river, that old man river. He don't say nothing. He must
Thank you.
say something.
Well, it doesn't matter if he walks or not. It's not the charges they wanted initially. So even if all accounts charged, they convict him, they're still going to riot because they didn't get the they wanted first-degree murder. It doesn't matter the outcome. They're still going to have this.
Is it second right now? Are they second?
Third, which is actually like voluntary manslaughter in most states. A lot of states don't have a third. They only have 1 and 2, and then they have manslaughter.
No, I don't think that's quite enough, but but it's something, and in this case, something is better than nothing, because in the justice world, at least you get a little bit, and that doesn't usually happen. Usually, you get fucking none. So I'll take the third, and then he can't be a cop, and he'll be disgraced. They're gonna try and kill him in there anyway.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna be getting ground up glass in his food, so don't y'all worry about it.
All the time.
Every fucking day until guess what? You either puke or shit blood, and guess what? Then it's too late. Then it's too late, son. Once you puke up that blood or shit it with the ground glass.
I feel like I went back in time.
Time Traveler Dave, $20 in the cult. I feel like I went back in time. Yeah, welcome to the summer of 2020. It's the summer of love, honestly.
You can ground up glass into dust and slowly just shred a person's insides. In a video game.
Thank you for the donation.
I'm going to use that to buy ground up glass for Mariah's next meal.
It's like a slow burn, and you know what? Once you start to either shit or throw up blood, you are done.
It's too late then, huh?
Too late.
Good show tonight. Thanks, boys.
Thanks, boys. $5 into the cult. Thank you for the donation. That was J. Hyatt Ashbury. Time Traveler Dave.
Make sure you donate to our short bus tour with the additional cost that we are going to need to get Will into
wheelchair accessible
into the thing. It's going to be more like a scoop and a hook, but we got it. More comfortable.
Like a big spatula that just flips me over onto the ground. We had one of those overseas. The IED guys, the EOD guys, when we found an IED out on the road, they had this big thing that looked like a spatula, and it just like picked up the bomb, and then they just shook the sand off of it till it exploded. That was it. It was like a 40-foot spatula.
Wow. And they would just take it with the blast suit and everything?
No. It's mounted on a truck. It's like a 40-foot spatula on a truck.
Okay.
Yeah, I forget what they called it.
What are you telling me, Will? Sorry, I'm a little high. I missed the first part. Because I'm watching this. And what I think they need for all these dumbasses is a big spatula on a truck to flip them.
They can call it the patty flipper of God, like the rods of God, the rods of God, the God's rod, God's veins, all the stuff Doug's called it.
I'm with it.
Doug thinks they're nuclear aluminum rods they shoot from space.
These are peaceful protests currently, what it looks like in this area. I'm not seeing any crowd violence. So that's positive. That nobody is being beaten or hurt in this particular segment. I hope nobody was hurt. That's probably not likely once the police are out in this kind of, in this kind of show of force. So I hope everybody just chills the F out, please. This is unnecessary. But as long as nobody's throwing nothing, at the cops right now in this particular group, this is the first I've seen of any of it, so I can only speak for this little piece that I'm seeing. It is a big city.
I say release the rods of God.
They're coming.
This is Tony Dan. This is Tony D from the Griftbusters show we do, like the panel where we're talking about the Griftbusters. He has the show The Veritas Machine, but it's got a strike on it.
So again, guys, this is Humboldt Avenue, Brooklyn Center, Minnesota.
2 strikes. 1 more strike, he's out.
Hey Dan, what's going on? Yes, I'm warming up for the telethon, okay? This is a warm-up for the telethon, just to get it moving. Say hello to everybody, get on, get on the show, do an episode.
There we go.
Because I'm going to be pulling a long-ass shift. Help out my boy Will to get, we got the runners with their paddles. And we need something that he can kind of go out in, so we can go, Red Lobster.
Yeah,
we want to
sleep
go.
isn't happening tonight.
We want to go some places.
Sleep isn't happening. And sleep's out the window.
Oh, this is such a fucking shit.
I'm done.
But like I said, I hope they stay peaceful. It's a shame that this has all happened. That property and businesses are destroyed, but I don't believe that it's a shame that people are protesting. Just as long as they can not be stupid.
Right.
And from the look of that kid's fucking Jesus jacket, I don't think this is going to get much worse than this.
This is a police shooting in Brooklyn
He is
Center,
wearing
Minnesota.
a fucking Jesus jacket, so I think we're good.
Shooting. We were in the community in the neighborhood about about an hour.
It's not getting better.
An hour and 45 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, we were in the community in the intersection at which it took place. And now for the last hour and a half, I've been here coming at the police precinct. You guys can hear behind me. They're shooting fireworks off into the air. Hi. Hello. Hi. I have a whole lot of external batteries.
God, how long is... Oh, this is going to be all night, probably.
I mean, they're going to have this. This is going to be, static coverage.
So I gotta get my stuff back on quick, but
White folks are coming to the front of the line.
No justice, no peace! Prosecute the police! No justice, no peace! Prosecute the police! No justice, no peace! Prosecute the police! No justice, no peace! Prosecute the police!
So far, all the fireworks have been shot into the air. We've seen in the past a lot of fireworks be thrown or shot at the police.
I'm trying to find the story here. A young man pulled over for a traffic violation was shot at Brooklyn Center near where Derek Chauvin is on trial for the death of George Floyd. A police officer in Minnesota fatally shot by a motorist on Sunday in the city of Brooklyn's center, about 10 miles north of Minneapolis, where police officers on trial for George Floyd, blah, blah, blah. By late Sunday, police officers in body armor. The scene had been largely nonviolent through hours earlier. A crowd gathered near the scene where the driver died, and some people who jumped on police vehicles and broke their windows out. According to a video posted on Facebook, people chanted "Black Lives Matter here" and "Hands up, don't shoot" as they attacked the police car and outside the exterior of a police building, as the police released gas to disperse the crowd. Just before 2 p.m., officers pulled over a driver for a traffic violation and determined that the driver had an outstanding warrant and they attempted an arrest. The Brooklyn Center Police Department said in a statement. Officers tried to arrest the driver, but he re-entered his vehicle, the police said. One of the officers discharged his firearm, striking the driver. When he became aware that the driver appeared to be reaching for something in the vehicle. The vehicle then traveled several blocks before striking another vehicle. The driver died at the scene of the crash in the residential neighborhood. The police also said they believe the body-worn cameras and dashboard cameras were activated. A woman who came to the scene of the crash said she was the victim's mother. She identified her son as Deontay Wright, 20, and said he called her when the police pulled him over originally. Mr. Wright was in the vehicle with his family and had just given him 2 weeks ago. He was driving with his girlfriend, she said. He called me about 1:40ish, said he was getting pulled over by the police. The woman told reporters. He said they pulled him over because he had air fresheners hanging from his rearview mirror. She also said the police had a question about the vehicle's insurance. I said when the police officers come back to the window.
And he was black. So
when the police officers come back to the window, put him on the phone. I will give him the insurance information, she said. Then I heard the police officer come to the window and say, put the phone down and get out of the car. We'll explain when you get out of the car. The woman said she heard her son either drop the phone or put the phone on the dashboard. Then I heard him scuffling. I heard the police say, don't run, don't get back in the car, put the phone down, and hung it up. Oh, yeah, put the phone down and hung it up. The woman said she called her son's phone back. Then Mr. Wright's girlfriend answered. The girlfriend told her that Mr. Wright had been shot. Said the police, the girlfriend is not injured. We want justice, but we do not want any violence in the street. We want people to go home. This takes away from the memory of my son. I asked the police to take my son off the ground when I arrived at the scene. Brooklyn Center Police said in a statement it has asked for the FBI to do a full investigation. So he had a warrant, and the police claim he tried to re-enter the car after they pulled him out. What?
I was saying that they'll have that solved quickly.
No. Seems very, very, very strange that if it, I don't know. Why cops know that the edge the city's on? They're out in it every day during the trial. Why the fuck did this just randomly happen like this? And I don't know. Seems very strange. The last thing you would want to do if you were a cop in Minneapolis right now is fire your gun at anybody.
444-2654 612.
And if they shot at him when he tried to re-enter the car, and he got back in the car and drove a couple blocks.
Can Jason Q decode these numbers they're screaming? Are these dates and stuff or what? Like June 12th. Was that when this happened?
Right. 3223. Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones.
Oh, that's interesting. That would be interesting, huh, Will? The text.
What?
That's interesting.
That is interesting. I know I got somebody.
Personal, just getting more people over here. You aren't missing anything. It's on a different stream. I'm just getting more people over here. This is Brooklyn Center, Minnesota. I'm live right now on Facebook. I've been live on Mercado Media, so make sure you guys do. Oh shit! Heads up! Oh, heads up!
Heads up.
Yeah. The page is in the description. Heads up. My bad. I'm so sorry.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Go to Mercado Media for continued coverage. Okay, guys, go to Mercado Media for the continued. Yep.
Try and hold the line, just right there.
Oh, hold the line.
There, it's pinned.
Chat. Hold the forking line. They left out part of it.
Don't hold the line.
We're out here, guys.
If they push you, just stand
Media.
it down,
So guys over
man.
there, share the word.
You know?
The word. The page, I'm live right now, guys.
Please
It's
don't.
live.
Please
Been
don't.
live for about an hour and a half, so go to the page. Go to the page. This is an unlawful assembly in front of the...
Why do I feel
Center
this
police station.
escalating tension in the tone?
PTSD sucks. All right, guys, go to Mercado Media. We'll be I'm live there right now. So, guys, go over there to see the rest.
Uh-oh. There's the chant. Now, some of my research about the chanting from the Black Lives Matter and from the Say Her Name are related to something that is called, I know a lot about some occult stuff and things like that. You know, I've researched and studied a lot of it. So what they're doing is this. They also go out to where people were killed or something. They pour water on it, and it's all about to say her name. These are spells from something called Odu Ifa. Odu Ifa is a old African kind of Santeria type of voodoo-ish religious. Well, I don't know to say religious about that, but it's
really?
black magic. It's black magic.
No shit.
No shit. They have 16 chapters, I think in the United States or throughout the world, and I think those 16 chapters also mirror the 16 pillars of soul or self in the Odu Ifa writings.
They're out here. They're outside. The
So-
whole community has been outside. It lives in
So
Brooklyn.
someone up in the planning level, like up in the top, laid this out in that way.
Well, I think they just were into it from the start, you know, and, and put that into effect. Yeah, that was one of the leaders, and you have to keep in mind that a lot of these leaders, and I believe one of them's name is Charles Ward, if I'm not mistaken. But one of those BLM founders, a couple of them have been found guilty of sex trafficking and pimping and things like that, pandering. And they're
I've heard
in
that too.
jail, right?
Have you ever noticed that a lot of times that the BLM and Antifa people that end up getting killed at protests always have some type of pedophilia record? Like, there's been a shit ton of them.
Right? Yeah.
Like more than, like probably 95%, way more than average.
What was that kid in? What was that kid's name again? Who did this?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yo, this motherfucking kid. Yo, like his. Wow, right? Like that was some fucking serious shit, and he handled his business.
Yeah, and never missed, never. I mean, damn. And even had, like, even I was telling chat, like, I might have just panicked and started with everybody. He even had trigger control to only the people when they swung at him.
Saying, yeah,
crazy
the discipline that he had, and the accuracy for that age of a kid. He was cool as a motherfucking cucumber, you know, and he just fucking wiped the squad, dog. That's all he did.
He got a tactical nuke.
I saw some people that were like SEALs and stuff go, God damn, kid. Like,
yeah,
wow.
for real.
You know?
It had to be super luck, man. Like, I mean, I'm sure he trains. I'm sure he knows what it had to be super luck. I've seen people train their whole life and couldn't do that.
Right. Exactly. It was like, I mean, what did he hit? Like 3 or 4 targets? Advancing on him.
Moving, swinging, attacking. One guy, he even holds off while he's hiding his weapon behind his back, and then as soon as he comes forward, it's like pop, done. Like
blew his arm off practically.
On his back. Like, Jesus Christ.
Right.
That's crazy.
And he hit his arm. I mean, that's, you know. And
scanners are saying that scanners are reporting the looting and also that a cop was injured in the riots. It's probably going to get worse.
That shit's so dead. That shit is so dead.
I've got somebody from that area, but they got in a big fight over there, and everybody ran off out of my chat.
No, that's not snow. I don't know what that is. It might be, I don't know, energy from the bullshit that's coming into the stream. That's all particles from the bullshit energy that we're getting from people out here. Talk about some Republican Democrat thing. Well, fuck, that's what happened to this all last year. Everybody started interjecting their politics into this, and the message got lost. Fuck that. And that's not happening over here on our platform. Unless we're literally covering a political rally, like a Republican National Convention or a Democrat National Convention, or something political in nature, fuck off. There you go. All right. There, it's been said.
Why don't you mention that text about
you've heard my TED Talk.
that city, the report that we're getting? You want to mention that?
Yeah. So somebody contacted us or contacted Tony and said that that is not Chicago. That the video we were just looking at, that was not Chicago, because it's been thunderstorming there for several days, and that skyline is not Chicago, and that's not where he was at. So that's weird. Maybe giving out fake locations. I don't know. Strange. Or maybe using the wrong green screen. I don't know. Oh shit. They're saying it's not Chicago where 107 was at today.
There it is. If you don't have a gas,
Yeah, I mean, if it is pre-recorded, they both have to be lying. Nino too, because Nino literally said, "I'm doing the interview from this time to this time. I had to edit the video, then it'll be up this day." Could be pre-recorded, maybe.
Heads up, they're shooting them all now. Yeah, they got them going all over the place now. Come on. Just keep moving, just keep moving, keep moving. Just keep moving. Hey, just keep walking, keep walking, keep walking. Keep moving. You'll be alright, you'll be alright. Hey, do you guys need water? Hey, do you guys need water? Hey, you'll be fine. Hey, you guys need water? You guys need water? Hey, put that in your eyes. Put it in your eyes. All right. There you go. There you go. Now blink. Now blink. Blink. There you go. Blink. There you go. Now put it in your eyes if you can, and then blink. Blink it. Yep. It'll come right out. I promise.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
You good. You good. Shit, I don't know where the lid went. Oh, the lid's gone. Oops. Hey, you good? Here, come here. Let me see your eyes. Blink. There you go.
I was trying to see that. There was a very specific building in it. I'm researching something right now, Chad, if I don't see your message.
All right. You'll be all right.
I should still hear the donations, though.
Need some water?
Yeah.
Splash it on your eyes and blink. Just do a light splash. I promise you'll feel better. Splash it and then blink. There you go.
At the very end of the interview, there was a very specific looking building. It was black, and it was kind of tapered as it went up, or maybe even had a little bit of a twist to it. I'm trying to...
There might be like a splash. Yeah, everyone done left. I gotta find my cap.
Oh, you're good, man. Thank you.
No problem. I gotta find that cap, but...
Yeah, it's this building.
No, that cap's gone.
What is that building right there with the big 2 towers on it? And I'll go back and look and confirm this.
I'll have to get a new water bottle.
You make sure I'm not just crazy, because I'm doing this from memory now.
Hey, you alright?
Willis Tower.
Okay. I think I might have saline in my bag.
Is that it?
Everybody, though.
Willis Tower. Let me go back in that video and look right quick, guys.
They got everybody out of here.
I don't know.
You good?
Bam.
You need
And
saline
we
in
are
anything?
recording. Do what? It's all
Comfortable that
I know, I just used the rest of my water
you left
bottle.
it,
Up there.
Oh, gee.
See that building, Tony? See that black building that's tapered
Hold
with the
on.
big 2 spikes on it?
Let me get back here. Yeah, that one.
That's a very iconic building. I think I should be able to find that. It's a solid black building, 2 big white spikes on it. It's tapered as it goes up.
It's not Sears Tower. The Willis Tower.
Well, I think it might be that Willis building, but I'm not positive. It doesn't look like it's tapered all that much. Willis Tower.
It looks
It
more
does have 2
squared
big
off.
ass white spikes on it.
Can't find the name of that building.
Water
Okay,
bottles
Dominion
out.
Center. Ooh, Dominion. It's Dominion Center.
Oh, here it is. 875 North Michigan Avenue. Google that building. 875 North Michigan Avenue. I think that's it.
I think they cleared a good amount of people out. I'm out of water
That's
now.
definitely it. It's the is it the John Hancock Center? Is that the name of it?
That looks like it.
If anybody had their apartment windows open, all that CS is in their apartments now.
Is that the Batman Tower in Nashville? No.
This isn't a...
The Batman Tower does have ears on it, though. You're right. Let's see.
How you supposed to help me? Boy, I can't even walk this street and feel safe in my skin. Nigga, huh? You killing people just like me. Well, you wonder why I gangbang. Y'all wonder why I told guns. Y'all wonder why I throw up seeds and shit. Cause who the fuck on my side? If the state can't even help me. If the police can't even help me. Who am I supposed to fucking go to? Huh? So I go to the fucking street, nigga.
The from Trump Towers, from Trump Towers to that, if he's staying at Trump Towers, to that building, is 0.8 miles linear, like from point to point. So I'm 3/4 of a mile away. Could be staying there.
What's the move? You thinking about it? Yeah, you thinking about
One claims he only stays in Trump Towers, if he can.
No fear in my heart. No fucking fear, nigga. Bitches, bro. Fuck your tongue, bro. No fear in nobody's heart, nigga. Bust the move. Come on.
Dude, this is all bad. By the way, Mariah's trying to reset her sleep schedule. She's been staying up all night and sleeping too much of the day, so she stayed up last night, all night, and did not sleep today and went to church, and she's trying to go to sleep early tonight. That's why she hasn't been in the chat. She kept getting worse and worse, but she's getting it.
My son got grew up in this fucking fuck shit, nigga. My son not gonna be fearing for his life with his skin color, nigga.
Mitt Romney's Mormon compound in Mexico. Oh. I have the most useless information. Use a bitch and use a bitch and use a bitch.
He's a bitch ass motherfucker. Was that Nino over there screaming?
Might have been. Mariah said the shadow people told her she had to stay up and watch me sleep.
Oh. All I'm going to say, Valerie, is that I'm a guest here.
Are they testing you, bud? Are they testing you?
No, it's okay. I got it.
Who is the person all the time you got to say, I'll handle the jokes?
Oh, I'll do the jokes. Yeah. I'm going to be nice and say I forget.
Is it different? Is it different people or is it the same person?
It's primarily a few people, but usually.
Oh, okay, I got you.
You know, but the thing I hate about this stuff is when people come in hot and just throw up something that has not only nothing to do with the actual broadcasting show that I'm doing, but it goes into this wacko, like, Bush was the one that had Hinckley over at his place, and Hinckley was at the Bushes before, or at the Reagans before he shot Reagan. Okay, are you saying that Hinckley was at Reagan's house before he shot Reagan? Okay, let's go with that.
Yeah, they do the same thing. They'll come in and it'll be something completely different than anything on the show, and they'll want to talk about it for 20 minutes and drop links and tell people to leave and go watch it, and then complain about how I'm got the video playing and I stopped it in the wrong spot, and I give people 3 chances, then I just start throwing out bans. Like, I'm running a show. If you want to watch it. Watch it. If you don't, run your own show.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm at the point on my Instagram and here on the YouTube where if someone is just being too rude, then you just block them either way. You don't want to clout chase and just do it for freaking followers. You don't let someone disrespect you.
Right.
But I'm not saying that anyone's disrespecting me. I'm just saying that
if that was the case.
People like me have
yeah,
never
allegedly.
really helped this community. They've been detrimental to
you got to get you one of these microphone arms, Tony D.
I know it. You know what? I usually have something that props it up. I just don't have that right now. I don't feel like getting it. I'm too high.
Oh, I was just saying this one is better. You know the ones everybody has, the scissor ones? Don't buy that. For a cheaper than a good scissor ones, you can get this one from Vivo, and it mounts on like a the monitor stands that go on like a pole? It mounts like that, so you got height on the pole, plus it's got 5 joints in it. It goes all over the place and like moves left and right and shit.
Yeah,
and it's less than a good. It's less than a good fucking the good scissor ones are like $100 and up. This is $60, and it's amazing. I love it. It's the best one I've ever had.
Pneumatic?
Yeah, it's got a gas shock in it instead of a spring, so you never hear the springs. So
nice.
I have the Roadmaster.
Can I get it on Amazon?
Yeah, that's where I buy mine. I have the Roadmaster PS1. It's $120. I don't even use it because this $60 one is better.
Pay attention to stuff over here.
I'll send it to you on cell phone.
When I toured, I was sponsored by Shure, so I like their stuff.
Yeah.
So the
They
short
shooting
shit
in
sounds
between
really
the
good. To
apartments.
me.
They not shooting.
I've always just loved it. I don't know.
I know. I know what you're talking about.
That was all my mics and in-ear. They did my in-ear monitors and everything. You
Yeah,
go
this
to like a ear person. They pour the mold in and do the whole thing.
Yeah. This is an SM58, and then I want damn it, what is it? The 400B. What's the broadcast microphone? The $400 broadcast microphone. SM or I say it. If it's SM7B. SM7B is what I want. But I've got two SM58s. And I've got the wireless Go for when I like vlog. It's like a wireless lavalier mic that has two separate channels for two of them, and you can link them together.
I like the Shure, the MV7.
That's cool. It's got it's a lot like the 7B, but it's got
gonna fit the way I want it to on
ring
that
on
boom
it.
you're talking about. Like on that boom, it'll work, and I'll be able to have it up high.
Yeah, there's 5/8" threads right here. So all you would do is take these 5/8" threads right here and flip it down like this and run it up, but you'd have it higher on the pole. I can't get mine high enough because
They think that's working. Ain't nobody
it's a lot better than a scissor one. I'm telling you. I used to only use a scissor
that
one.
thing on and off and move it the clip real quick.
No, you put the arm part is kind of permanent. It's got like an Allen in it, but everything else adjusts and moves, and the mic comes off quick if you need to remove the mic. But the arm part has a clamp and an Allen wrench.
What's it called again? Because this one mic comes with the Shure mic comes with its own thing. Did you see it?
Yeah, it screws on. It's like the thing that goes around it or whatever.
You like that better than the one that comes with the...
Let me see. SM7V.
MV7.
MV7, I'm sorry.
The Shure MV7. And with the Gator 3000. Gator don't take no shit.
Oh, you're getting it with the Gator arm? That's one of the more expensive scissor arms, but I still like this better than the scissor arms. But if it's packaged together and it's a decent price, then yeah. The Gator arm is a good spring arm if you're going to use a spring, or a gas shock arm if you're going to use this arm.
They're just getting smoked.
It looks like it would move around quicker. I need to move it to different spots.
Sure.
See, there's people watching from their balconies.
Well, they if you're talking about like how it clamps to the desk, they both use a clamp, like you just clamp it down.
A few times when they're shooting at an upward trajectory.
Here, I'll send you something and you can check it out. Hold on.
Vivo, right? I'm checking.
There's a bunch of comparisons.
Oh, I see it. Pneumatic spring, counterbalance,
sort of
arm
drizzling
mount.
out here with the weather is about 50, 60 degrees. 40, 50 degrees, sort of chilly. Maybe less than that. See a gentleman in a yellow blazer.
It's pretty simple.
Vest is still sitting up there.
MXL 990. Wow. No. If you're gonna buy a mic, and you're not gonna go all the way to XLR, get the what's the Elgato Wave? Get the Elgato Wave, and it has software to reroute all the audio on your computer. So like if you're a game streamer and you want to listen to music, or you want your game volume high but your music volume low and chat volume something else.
I don't give a shit about all of that. I just want the mic.
Well, I'm talking to somebody in chat.
Oh! I thought you were telling me.
But yeah, get the Elgato Wave, and you don't need the 3. There's no difference except for the like the mute button and shit on it. Don't get the 3, you just get the 1 and save the $30 or whatever.
No, because I was thinking like I just want it simple to the thing. Like I even saw they got these little kind of cheap mixing boards that do USB, and you could plug in the mic to to your computer. But they just look super cheap, man. I just don't want to buy something cheap. I don't want to sound cheap.
Yeah, I get you.
You know what I mean? And I'll go the extra mile to make it sound good. This mic sounds fantastic. This is an AKG. I love the vintage look of it, but I thought it would be easy to find a boom arm for it, so that I could kind of rock it like that. You know, rock it like this. Excuse me, hello.
For sure.
Did you see what I tried? I lost the skin because I tried to bite the microphone. It tasted.
You're right.
As Keto Gino. But yeah, I thought I would be able to find an arm easily for this, and I have not been able to.
What does it not screw? Does the base not screw out of it?
It does. It screws out.
What size are the threads? 3/8, 5/8, or I think a quarter maybe is like the real cheap ones.
I haven't even unscrewed this one to even look.
I've got like 5 scissor arms. I gave them all up for this one. Like I love this one. I can't
really? Yeah.
I can't believe how much I like it. Another shooting. I thought that was fireworks. Well, we might not have heard it, and there still could have been another shooting. I did hear popping off. I thought it was fireworks.
Is this multiple streams at once kind of thing?
Yeah, this is woke.net. So they they take everybody's and put it together and put it on one screen, and they'll move whichever one's red is where the audio is coming from.
I see.
You can also download their software, and you can do this with multiple streams. You can resize the boxes. You can pull the audio. You can make it one stream, or you can make it 16 streams. It's actually pretty cool software.
It stinks like fucking booze.
That's what I used to use when I actually covered this stuff.
Nah, they tripping with this. It smells like straight alcohol.
Everything's just so negative.
No, I think they're
By the way, the Frogs didn't do anything tonight. The Patriot Street Fighter did something tonight, but that was about it. So yeah, I guess we're just doing the Nino thing, and I'll probably watch a little bit more on this and then cut it off. This is just fucking, like, I used to cover this, and we used to get excited, we used to pick it. It's just so goddamn depressing now, dude. Like, fucking burning cities down and killing people and police and fucking people. Everybody's getting killed, and it's just depressing as fuck. Not to mention, D-Live just got me in trouble, I think, because I didn't put an X tag on for possibly volatile content.
This?
Yeah. I forgot. I knew I was supposed to do it on protest, and I haven't covered a protest in so long. I forgot. I always leave mine on mature because I cuss so much.
Yeah.
But on X tag, you can't get donations
on YouTube. I've gotten those age restrictions after the fact. Reports after the fact. I don't know how people can, do all that shit like after it's already uploaded. It's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is crazy, man. Well, look, I'm sure you want to close it out, and I'll dip.
Hey, you good, brother? Hey, by the way, let me drop before you go. Give your pitch, and I'll drop your link a couple more times for your backup channel.
So, guys, the Veritas Machine on YouTube. That's my main page. I have made an appeal for something that had viewed that just people complain about stuff, and there was one thing that they were justified in doing it, but I'm going to appeal it, and they're not justified in doing it.
That's right.
I mean, it means they can do whatever they want, but they usually find that I'm cool and they give it back. So I've won a lot of appeals. So we'll be back there on the Veritas Machine. I'm at the Veritas Machine on Instagram. Give me a follow there. Veritas Machine on Twitter, and TVM Report right here on YouTube. All right, we'll be doing the Grift Busters, and I'm looking forward to be back on with you again sometime. Will.
Thank you for joining us, man. I appreciate it. I'm going to drop your link a couple times, and we'll see. I'll holler at you tomorrow.
I appreciate it. All right, we'll talk to you soon, buddy. Thanks so much.
Yeah, man. Well, that was fun with Tony. I asked him if he wanted to come on because of the Nino stuff. He likes the Nino stuff, and since I had access to that video that I think is still behind a paywall, I figured he might want to see it. Is that somebody with a rainbow, a clown-style umbrella? Look, walking there. Oh, and they're taking a stop sign, too? Where are they going to do that stop sign? Guys, we've been getting to where we're holding over 100 people about every night. We're growing a lot. Got to get ready for the marathon stream, too, as well.
You guys think the crowd's dissipated? It hasn't. The crowd hasn't gone anywhere. People right back here. Just gonna show you.
It's not all on YouTube. I don't want to lie. I mean, we got like 60 on YouTube. It's mostly, it's YouTube is probably the biggest one, then Facebook, then the smallest one is DLive, which I'm not too concerned about the smallest one being DLive, because they fucked around with everybody's free speech and shit after they were supposed to be the free speech people. Like, fuck that.
People are sitting back here.
Oh, that was supposed to say Telegram. Why'd that bot mess up? There you go. Tele. I think it's going to be towards the end of next week. I'm working on artwork because I'm going to give 3 different styles of T-shirts away. I'm going to give 3 T-shirts away of 3 different styles. So that's 9 shirts. And then I'm going to give 5 stickers away of 3 different styles. It would be 15 stickers. And then I got to get that stuff ready. I just need it submitted so I know what it looks like so I can show you all what you win. Then you tell me your size and I'll have it made for you. And we've got 4 $25 prepaid Visa cards someone donated to give away. We've got some different things. So I got to get that stuff in line before we do the marathon. And so I'm hoping maybe for Friday or Friday night, Saturday night, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to start branching out and covering some different people as well. I feel like I kind of got stuck in a rut of the same people can't leave my name out of their mouth or do something stupid, so we cover the same people. But I think it'd be fun to find new people, new grifters, new grifts. Like it doesn't have to be the Q stuff. There's other grifts out there that I'd like to cover. Anything to do with scamming people out of their money or trying to convince people you're something you're not. I'm all for all that. Well, it'll be a 24-hour stream, Sarah, so I don't expect people to stay here the whole time. There might be times when there's nobody in here but me, but even if I start on Friday, there'll still be times of it on Saturday. It'll be a 24-hour stream is what I'm going to try to do. We're raising some money for some new stuff for the studio. I want to improve the content, and I want to do a little bit of a video upgrade, a little bit of an audio upgrade, and part of the studio upgrade. So it's not like a charity or nothing like that. Don't think I'm raising money for some charity. It's actually for the show. And if that's not something you want to donate to, I understand. But I'll be on for as long as I can stand it.
Area, the police have declared another unlawful assembly. The gentleman in the yellow vest has been up here on the front line the whole time. Got shot numerous times by less lethals. One of them in the ear.
And it will not be on, yes, Mullet, stay safe, brother. And it will not be on YouTube, or it will not be on Facebook, except in pieces, because Facebook only lets me broadcast there like 6 hours or maybe 8 hours. So I had to break up the Facebook stuff. I don't know what they do over there. I'll be there waking you up. Somebody's going to have to. It's going to be rough. I'm hoping my gamer fuel stuff comes in before then they want to sponsor me or whatever. I don't think that they saw something special in me to like sponsor me. They probably just found a bunch of people that had a lot of watch time and just sent everybody an email. They probably never even looked at my content. But I submitted my channel name and YouTube to verify who I was, and then they said you're approved. So
with their flashlights.
Yeah, that we got word they broke into a Little Caesars and a Walmart like 2 hours ago looting. 11:30. Nah, about an hour and a half ago.
State troopers. Somebody said National Guard. I do not know. A lot of people are dispersed. Again, expect police are shooting off to the side. Expect expropriation of different corporate institutions tonight, probably, as already been seen a little bit. That's police munitions that are being shot. More police munitions, more. They're shooting them into the sky again, and
All right, guys, I'm going to go grab a bite to eat. Thank you for joining us. If you want to continue watching this, I'm watching it right now on woke.net, W-O-K-E, woke.net. You're more than welcome to go over there and watch it. It's a YouTube link just on a different website, or you can just go to woke on YouTube. It's the same there. But I'm going to hop off here tonight. I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten. I didn't eat any dinner. I skipped it, so I was messing around. We had a power outage, so thank you for joining us tonight. Let me holler at the donations. We had, oh no, did it erase them? No, there they are. J. Hyde Ashbury, Time Traveler Dave with $20. J. Hyde Ashbury with $5. Denise with $15. Toasty with $15. Yeah, that's it for today there. I don't know if we didn't have anything come through the coffee, or if maybe I didn't get alerts for it. No, I heard a couple Hey Beer Mans, I think. Was that tonight? A smoke? No, we didn't have anything come through the coffee link tonight, but that's okay. It's there if you need it. Go ahead, bro. Yeah, other than that, guys, I thought it was a pretty good show. Thank you for hanging out with Tony. Make sure you subscribe to his channel, which is over at his backup channel. So it's TVM space report on YouTube. TVM report. It's got less than 100 subs. He's trying to get 100 so he can get a custom URL, which is really easy to say, youtube.com/TVM or whatever. But yeah, go check him out. And yeah, we'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. How long did we do? 4 hours and 8 minutes. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. We'll see you.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, this is gonna be it.
How we made it past half of our goal. That goal's always set, the shall not be infringed. It's always set up for $100. We got let's see, that's 15, 30, 50, 55. We got past halfway. That's a good night. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna start pimping out Tony more often.
Buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the fork and balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. we go, I think I started
Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. See you on the